The House will come to order. This is very exciting, members. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by James Singleton Burghart, Matthew Allen Burghart, Polton Elementary School Preschool, Aurora, Colorado, grandchildren of Representative Hamrick, House District 61.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representative Zamabile. Rep. Amabile is excused. Armagost. Bacon.
Excused.
AML Bacon, excused. Byrd. Bockenfeld.
Excused.
Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. Catlin. Catlin's excused. Clifford. Doherty.
Excused.
Rep. Doherty, excused. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Duran. English. Rep. English.
Excused.
Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Representative Froelich.
Excused.
Garcia. Hamrick. Hartsook. Hernandez. Rep. Hernandez.
Excused.
Herod. Rep. Herod.
Excused.
Holtorf. Judah. Representative Judah.
Excused.
Joseph. Kip. Leader. Rep. Leader.
Excused.
Lindsay. Linstead. Rep. Linstead.
Excused.
Luck.
Here.
Lukens. Lynch is excused. Mabry. Marshall. Representative Marshall.
Excused.
Martinez. Marvin. He's here. Morrow. McCormick. McLaughlin. Ortiz.
Here.
Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Representative Ricks.
Excused.
Rutinel. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Rep. Soper.
Excused.
Story. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Rep. Valdez. I got you.
Excused.
Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Rep. Woodrow.
Excused.
Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here. Never seen that number before. It's not great. Seriously.
Here's Froelich and Doherty.
That feels a little better. With 51 present, 14 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the Journal of Thursday, March 21st, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. All those opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 10.
Senate Joint Resolution 10 by Senators Liston and Buckner, also Representatives Hartsook and Lukens, concerning the recognition of Colorado's special relationship with Taiwan.
Representative Lukens.
I move, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move SJR 10 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Shebel, please proceed to read our resolution.
Whereas Colorado and Taiwan have enjoyed a sister state relationship marked by enduring friendship and cooperation since 1983. And whereas Colorado and Taiwan maintain a mutually beneficial trade relationship so that Taiwan has consistently ranked among Colorado's top 10 trade partners as both an export destination and an import source. And whereas in June 2022, a satellite industry delegation from Taiwan visited Colorado to explore business opportunities. And in April 2023, Taiwan sent another delegation comprising officials, researchers, and industry members to attend the Space Symposium in Colorado Springs. And whereas Colorado is actively pursuing growth in the semiconductor sector, and Taiwan, the world's leading semiconductor manufacturer, serves as an ideal and trustworthy partner for Colorado. And whereas pressure from the People's Republic of China has excluded Taiwan from full and effective membership in several international organizations. And whereas the signed agreements and further negotiations taking place under the U.S.-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade are expected to further benefit cooperation between Colorado and Taiwan, including opportunities in the aerospace, defense, and clean technology sectors. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, celebrate the 41st anniversary of Colorado-Taiwan sister state relations, support Taiwan's democracy, free economy, and respect for human rights, strongly support Taiwan's inclusion in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, and strongly support Taiwan's meaningful inclusion and participation in international organizations, including the World Health Organization, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the International Criminal Police Organization.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share just a few facts. We have the Director General with us and his executive assistant over here. I'd like to share just a few stats of the amount of economic business that we do with Taiwan. So Colorado ranks as the 6th top trading partner with Taiwan in excess of $60 million. Guess what our top export is? This is Ag Week. It's over $55 million in beef. They're the 10th largest market that we export overall, with in excess of $200 million. Our state annually imports over $980 million worth of goods. This includes machine tools, ag products, and number one, our semiconductors. And we are looking here in Colorado to expand that market for businesses, aerospace and defense in that semiconductor industry. They are a huge economic factor in the state of Colorado, and I would like to welcome the Director General here with us.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to bring the resolution to celebrate the mutual friendship and values shared by Taiwan and Colorado. As my colleague said, Colorado ranks as Taiwan's 6th top trading partner, and Colorado's top export to Taiwan is meat, especially beef, which is a major industry in my district. Taiwan is a beacon of democracy, individual rights, and free market, and I'm proud to celebrate the Colorado-Taiwan sister state today. Thank you.
Members, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to stand in strong appreciation with this resolution. I think it's important to recognize that right now our federal government and our president is pulling away from Taiwan and making it clear that they do not see Taiwan as a sovereign entity within itself. And when you're looking at the CCP, China, Taiwan pulled away and has become very prosperous as a free country and eclipsed anything that they could have ever done under the control of China. Now that China is threatening to take over Taiwan, invade Taiwan, this is very important that we're standing with a free country that has got communism looming over it, and they have shown that communism is the destructive force and that free people are the right choice. And so this is a very important moment for us as a state.
Representative Holtorf.
Madam Speaker, members of this esteemed chamber, I want to talk about beef. As a cattle rancher, third generation, Taiwan and the Pacific Theater has recognized that USA beef, specifically Colorado beef, is the best beef in the world. That is why the export to not only Taiwan, and that gentleman knows it. We've sat down and eaten a steak together. He knows it. But Japan, even China, Taiwan, the Philippines, these countries know the quality of our product. And in Colorado, we should be Colorado proud of our beef industry. That starts in Representative Lucan's district with those mama cows coming off that mountain grass and those baby calves that grow up on that mountain grass. The best grass in the world in Colorado. I'm telling you, that high mountain grass. You need to understand what Colorado has. And it's National Ag Week, I think. Remember that, okay? You need to appreciate that industry. For those of you that don't understand it, try to learn about it. For those of you in the Ag Committee, you're learning about it. And when we have the great export we have to the Pacific Theater, you got to understand that that brings money back into this country. It brings money back into Colorado. And that's why agriculture, you know, Representative Martinez and I yesterday were in ag. That's why agriculture is such a thriving and number 2 industry, I think, in the state. You need to understand what you have, and you need to appreciate it and cherish it and try to support it and elevate it and keep it at that level. Because all the alfalfa that's in Representative Martinez's district, all the hay that's in my district, alfalfa that's in our district, most people don't know this, but 75% of your commodities, those growing crops, do you know where they go, ladies and gentlemen? They go right back into cattle, dairy cattle and beef cattle. And that supports our industry. So I think the agricultural class is over, Madam Speaker. I think you need to appreciate and cherish the relationship we have with Taiwan, because as a cattle rancher, I appreciate sending our wonderful beef product overseas in an export market to the fine people of Taiwan so they can enjoy what we have right here at home that oftentimes we overlook. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a lot of our, I think we need to be looking more globally in relationships like we have with Taiwan. A lot of our circuits and computers computer chips are from there because they do an excellent job. And we need to be thinking about the relationships that we have elsewhere in the world. With beef, you know, it's turning loose the hellhounds and demon weasels against the ranchers. That might not be such a good idea. But mainly today, I'm thinking we are using. There's a distinct danger of pushing our manufacturing over to a hostile entity who is a hostile communist entity, and we know that communism kills millions of people every year because it violates the freedom of the individual. It violates the individual liberty. So when we push our manufacturing over to a hostile nation that is looming over a friendly nation, a nation that we depend on for many things, and then a lot of times this is just for meaningless virtue-preening climate regulation that accomplishes nothing. So I think we need to look at some of these things. One, as we're dabbling with creating more and more authoritarian government, one, but also in what we're doing with our manufacturing and actually enriching hostile nations that are not only opposed to us, but are opposed to our friends and allies around the world. So I appreciate the resolution and standing, but we need to do more than just give it lip service. We need to actually think about what we're doing in this building.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 10. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Herod. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 2 no, 7 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 10 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, I'll invite you to take your seats. We are on to third reading. We will then proceed to announcements before seconds. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1305.
House Bill 1305 by Representatives Lindstedt and Lukens, also Senators Baisley and Michelson-Janae, concerning changes to programs to benefit students who earn post-secondary course credit while enrolled in high school.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1305 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1305 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. We are on thirds, members. I will ask you to take your seats and keep your voices down. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 13 no, and 7 excused, House Bill 1305 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 74.
Senate Bill 74 by Senator Gardner, also Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning concurrent jurisdiction over United States military property.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 74 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 74 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 ayes, 7 no, 6 excused, Senate Bill 74 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1021.
House Bill 1021 by Representative Lindsay, also Senator Winter F., concerning the training of individuals to drive motor vehicles.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1021 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1021 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 ayes, 16 no, and 6 excused, House Bill 1021 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we will take a moment to do announcements and introductions. I have one announcement today. Representatives Sirota, Byrd, and Taggart will be excused at such time as needed so that the Joint Budget Committee can meet. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we have the Cancer Caucus meeting. It's up on the third floor, room 354, from 11:45 to 12:45, and we have some good speakers coming out talking about cancer and some of the progress that we're making. Thank you.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, it is a great day to celebrate the first annual Pueblo Flag Day. This year is our 154th anniversary. From the Colorado State Fair to our world-famous Pueblo chili, our city's rich history serves as a reminder of all things Colorado. So today is the day to celebrate the statewide contributions of our great city and to celebrate all good things to come. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, I want to share with you a little fact. The city of North Glen is the center of the North Metro universe. Yes, that's right. It's a fact. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce North Glen City Council members here today. Jay Jaramillo, Mayor Pro Tem Shannon Lukman-Hiromasa, Councilmember Catherine Goff, Councilmember Jody Roper, and Councilmember Adam Nowicki. Please help me welcome them to the chamber.
Thank you for being here. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. For Monday Finance, we will not be hearing House Bill 1349. Instead, we will be hearing House Bills 1051, 1132, 1249, 1269, 1276. Thank you.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great day to make this announcement coming from the Colorado Coalition of Massage Therapists. There are free massages in the Supreme Court until 1 p.m. today. So as I'm feeling that tension in my shoulders, I'm going to make sure I head over there. So as we move along, and if you have some time, go take advantage of a great massage today.
Thank you, Representative. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, please listen up. I have a long list to read. I move the following bills be made special orders on Friday, March 22nd, 2024 at 9:29 a.m. House Bill 1348, House Bill 1010, House Bill 1176, Senate Bill 35, Senate Bill 148, Senate Bill 138, House Bill 1151, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1334, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1285, House Bill 1341, House Bill 1244, Senate Bill 99, House Bill 1254, House Bill 1005, Senate Bill 17,
The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's start this again.
Okay.
I move that the following bills be made special orders on Friday, March 22nd, 2024, at 9:31 a.m. House Bill 1348, House Bill 1010, House Bill 1176, Senate Bill 35, Senate Bill 148, Senate Bill 138, House Bill 1151, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1334, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1285, and House Bill 1341.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special order at 9:31 a.m. Friday, March 22nd. Representative Doherty? Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Doherty will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1348.
House Bill 1348 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia, also Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Fields, concerning a requirement to securely store a firearm in a vehicle.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. The NSSF, the Firearm Industry Trade Association, encourages...
Representative Garcia, could you move the bill in the committee report?
Thank you. I move the committee report to 1348. Wait.
And the bill.
And the bill.
Can you say it one more time so we make sure we have it correctly? Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1348 and the committee report to the Committee of the Whole.
To the committee report.
Members, in the committee report, we, at a judiciary, we passed 1348, and we included 2 amendments. One was to exempt hunters and instructors, and the other was to exempt active members of the armed forces while they're on duty.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. The NSSF, the Firearm Industry Trade Association, encourages safe storage of firearms in cars. In 2022, 768 firearms were stolen from vehicles in Denver alone. In cities that report crime data to the FBI, on average, at least 1 gun is stolen from a car every 15 minutes. Thefts from cars divert guns away from the legal market, making them particularly dangerous. A decade ago, less than a quarter of gun thefts were from cars, but in 2020, over half were from cars. 2019 to 2020 saw recent history's biggest spike in gun thefts from cars, in unison with spikes in gun sales and homicides, and the speed of crime gun recoveries. Cars parked at residences, in driveways, outside homes, etc., are the most common source of stolen guns, demonstrating the importance of securely storing guns at all times and locations. It's no secret that the majority of assaults and murders are done from a stolen gun, but the question is, where do these stolen guns come from? Unfortunately, not every city reports gun thefts, but those that do demonstrate that gun thefts from cars are the largest source of illegal gun in our society, and this is only with the knowledge of the data from 15 states that require reporting of a gun stolen from a car. 1348 aims to reduce the amount of guns stolen from cars here in Colorado, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We had a very robust conversation in committee, and I wanted to elevate a couple points that the bill does. So this measure only applies when the car is unattended. So people are still able to defend themselves, are still able to protect their property. And we know that in rural communities, or ranchers and farmers and hunters are responsible gun owners, so that is why they are exempted. And we also have been working really closely with DNR and other departments to make sure that we're clarifying anything that might be left for consideration. So we urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Members, I rise in strong opposition of this bill. If you have a firearm and you have it locked in your car out of view, that should be sufficient to keeping it safe and secure. To say that it needs to also be in a hard-sided, locked container also is quite troubling. It means that, for example, you don't really trust anything that might be in your car. And why wouldn't a person just steal the container as well and then break the container? I mean, there's some very logical things that don't flow within this bill. Many people store valuable things within their car. They take appropriate measures to safeguard that, like putting it in their trunk or their glove compartment, which this bill specifically says is not a secure storage. That's why I have a lot of trouble with the logic that flows within this bill. I would much rather see us punish those who steal firearms out of a car and charge all of those individuals with a felony. Unfortunately, that bill was killed this year. But we should not be punishing a Coloradan who is doing the prudent thing. They're putting the firearm out of view, they're locking their car, and then requiring an extra measure, extra expense on a person who's transporting their firearm with them. This really frustrates the Second Amendment. It certainly frustrates a Coloradan's ability to move about the state and be able to peacefully engage in what all of us enjoy doing, especially in rural Colorado, which is being able to shoot, enjoy our Second Amendment rights. And part of that is the right to be able to transport your firearm and keep it secure as a reasonable, prudent person would be expected to do. Having a locked, hard-sided container is above and beyond what a reasonable, prudent person would be expected to do. And because of this, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, rise in opposition to this bill. Biggest things in seeing this in committee is, of course, reverting to different legislation that we've seen this year. We're paying more attention to gun owners than we are criminals getting guns illegally and acquiring them illegally to use them illegally, rather than gun owners that are using them to protect themselves. With this bill, you have a higher penalty for improperly storing a firearm in your vehicle than you do stealing a handgun. Even with the civil infraction, you're talking about a $500 fine for somebody to having somehow be found to be improperly storing a firearm versus a $300 fine for your petty offense of stealing a handgun. We are penalizing gun owners to a higher degree than we're penalizing criminals. This is troubling to me. Should be troubling to everybody. After the penalty for theft of firearms was voted down, this is what is moving forward, and that's troubling to me. I don't know how this can be enforceable versus theft of a firearm, which is clearly enforceable. You find somebody with a firearm reported stolen on their person or in their possession, they can be found to be either in possession or be the person that stole the firearm. But then they still only get that petty offense. We can't even charge them with something that's going to never make them never want to do that again. This is intended to criminalize responsible gun owners and leave the innocent more vulnerable while the criminals are still getting away with a firearm. What this is directing to, the only way this is enforceable is if you have somebody leaving a firearm in plain sight on their driver's seat or something like that. If somebody's actually leaving a firearm on their driver's seat in plain view with an unattended vehicle, I would equate that to the same person that would be leaving a child or a dog in a vehicle unattended. I've never heard of that. I understand that does happen, but you're punishing the masses for stupid decisions of a few, and that's what this bill is doing. You're not going to be able to enforce it other than somebody simply leaving a gun in plain sight, which doesn't happen. Having a vehicle with anything in there broken into and those items are taken out of the vehicle, that's theft. We're not worried about the actual theft. We're worried about what the owner of that vehicle is doing that offends somebody's feelings. The other troubling thing to me is that most civil infractions in this state have a $100 fine. This has a $500 fine. Why are we holding this above other civil infractions in the state? I don't understand. For me, being a gun owner myself, I don't improperly store firearms in my vehicle or in my home. This isn't something I think that you're going to find any gun owner doing. As an instructor, as somebody who teaches firearm safety, responsible ownership of firearms, I, as a person, tell people to store your firearm properly, whether in your home or in your vehicle. That's what we do. The fact that now we're negating that by simply just saying, if you're doing it, you're going to be penalized for it. It's not going to be enforceable. If somebody does have a firearm stolen from their vehicle, do you think they're going to say, oh, and I also didn't have a lockbox? No, it's not going to be something that's enforceable. This is just something to add on more restrictions and more potential penalties for law-abiding gun owners. Because I don't know how you're going to find somebody that can either admit to or display that they're storing a firearm improperly in their home or in their vehicle. Another thing with this is that if somebody is storing a firearm in their vehicle, chances are it's in a console or a closable container that's out of sight, out of mind anyway. And having it in a closed container in your vehicle, whether it's a glove box, and glove boxes do or don't have a key lock to them. Consoles may or may not have a key lock to them, but it's in a closed container, a hard-sided container, as this bill describes, as this bill is demanding people to do, or you pay the $500 fine. And that being, I think, a pretty fair argument on the side of just storing a firearm. The fact that this state, we are creating more and more places that are illegal or that are otherwise banned from carrying a firearm to protect yourself, forcing people to store a firearm in their vehicle. When you're forcing people to store a firearm in their vehicle and then making them get some sort of a lockable container to put somewhere, the only thing you're going to be able to fit in your vehicle, a standard passenger vehicle, is a little $20 lockbox that's going to be about the size of a textbook. And that is maybe going to weigh 2 to 5 pounds. That, with a firearm in it, is easily removable from a vehicle. Even if you cable lock it to something, it's removable from a vehicle. They can take that to a secondary location, spend about 5 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes to open that box, and they have the firearm anyway. You put a trigger lock on a firearm. They take that firearm from your vehicle. It takes 2 to 5 minutes. They can defeat that lock, get it off, and they have a firearm. To penalize somebody on that is ridiculous. So if we are having a weapon stored out of sight, out of mind, I think that that container should include what's already there, provided in a vehicle, in a console, in a glove box, something like that. So with that, I move L17 and ask that it be properly displayed. Properly displayed. Properly, however you see it.
Okay. That is a proper motion, and L17 is displayed. Please proceed to explaining L17.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this is doing is striking not on page 2, line 14, striking container, substituting container that is not in plain view. So that would include your console or otherwise your glove box, a securable container within the vehicle that doesn't make somebody have to go buy something that could be $20 up to $5,000 to store in their vehicle and put a firearm. This is out of plain view. This is a hard-sided container, and this is a location where it's not easily accessible to somebody. It can be locked, and it can be modified that way. So with this amendment, I suggest an aye vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. This amendment, many cars now are coming with either lockable glove boxes, lockable consoles, now even some that lock the glove box and the console when the door is locked. If you have a vehicle like that, there would be no difference between storing it in a separate case that somebody could take out of the vehicle or in the vehicle where has to stay with the vehicle. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you. All right. A car is a box, and you can lock that box. A car is also, by law, considered an extension of your home. And we're not allowed, we don't just allow somebody to break into your home. Well, I mean, this side doesn't just allow somebody to break into your home with absolutely no penalties whatsoever.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to just have you stick to the bill, please.
Got it. All right,
To the amendment.
to the amendment. But the car is a box that you can lock. You can lock it remotely. Sometimes you can use a key, depending on the, and they have a level of security about them, possibly a rolling code. They have the glass on a vehicle is there because it's considered structural. Can it be broken? Yes, but everything can be broken. So when you say all of a sudden that a car is not sufficient, then that's just the next step to saying the box is not sufficient. And we know that these are all just incremental steps towards getting to bypassing the Second Amendment in general. But this amendment, I mean, the only thing that this amendment does is try to make a really bad bill less bad. Because what we're doing is we're not only infringing on the Second Amendment with this bill, we are violating all sorts of levels of logic. It's not unusual, but a car is a lock box. This is not leaving your gun laying on the street in a parking spot, putting a quarter in the meter and then walking away. It's putting it in a car, rolling up the windows, and locking the doors, just like you would do with any other piece of valuable equipment, and probably hiding it someplace. But you don't all of a sudden create a whole new level of jurisdiction for the police, which is a really strange thing when there are so many bills that are taking away jurisdiction from actual law enforcement and maintaining the peace. But you don't. And the logic of this, it does trace back to the house because you have laws that equate a car with a house. So again, we know that these are just incremental steps towards the abolition or the overriding of the Second Amendment. But this bill, this amendment, at least tries to put a little bit of logic into it by essentially recognizing that your vehicle is a box that you can lock, that has more security. Because ultimately, this bill is about not solving a problem, which always becomes the onus for more government intervention. So I recommend a yes on this amendment.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. This is a common sense amendment, L17, because it really, one of the many issues I have with this bill, but one of the significant issues is the cost that a firearm owner has to incur with this bill to purchase some sort of vehicle that they can lock up, which doesn't even, anyway. But this is the thing, it's like, what's next? Do I have to buy a special lockbox to lock up my computer if I leave it in my car? Do I have to buy something special to lock up my purse? I can just put it in my glove box. I can put it in my console. And I feel pretty secure that it is not sitting out and an attractive nuisance. You know, when I think about this bill, I think about my grandfather. And my grandfather was a business owner in the Deep South. And I used to go with him to work when I was visiting, and I would help him. He would give me like little jobs to do.
Representative Frizzell, I'm just, we're on the amendment, not the bill.
Yes, yes.
Just please.
So this amendment.
Thank you.
Speaking to this amendment, my grandfather would arm himself because he would have to make a deposit. And he kept his firearm in his glove box where it was out of sight. But it was for protection. I think it's really important to understand that if someone is traveling with a firearm, there are many reasons why they are, and they may need to access it quickly. So to crawl into the back seat if they are in a bad situation to get to a locked box doesn't make sense. That's not what people who are arming themselves are worried about. So for that reason, I am in support of this amendment, and I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that my colleague pointed out about vehicles being an extension of a home, I'm pretty certain that we already require that you have lock boxes in your home if you have firearms or weapons. So that's a thing for me. The other thing is, I don't want to be shot by a gun that got stolen out of your car. I'm a police officer. I sometimes have guns in my vehicle. I keep them locked in a lockbox. My agency requires that my gun is locked in a lockbox. I don't get to just leave it. I don't get to just put it in the front seat. I don't get to hide it. I don't get to do something like that. If it's in the back of my vehicle, I don't want somebody to come and use that weapon against me. I don't have an issue with that we need to lock things up. I vote no on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
And just to the point of my colleague, I also don't have a problem with locking up a firearm in a vehicle. What I have a problem with is the government stepping in, mandating how it's to be done, and putting themselves in a regulatory manner in a way that infringes. Now, is it a good idea to leave a gun on the front seat? Well, absolutely not. Is it a good idea to leave it? No, the best place to have that gun, constitutional carry-wise, since we're talking about the overall safety, the best place to have that firearm is on your person. The best place to have that firearm is on your person, especially in a climate.
Again, Representative DeGraff, I'll direct you back to the amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue here is not the level of responsibility that you should take with a firearm. The issue is whether the government for whom essentially, when it gets down to it, that the government is, the purpose of the firearm is to protect you from the government.
We're talking about the amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
And I can read it to you, or
Yeah.
maybe you need to refresh your recollection of the amendment and then speak to that, please.
I'm listening. Are you going to read it? I can read it.
Why don't you go ahead and read it?
Thank you. Okay. So I'm on. I think that's a great idea, but what this bill is tied to, is is other legislation about sensitive spaces and forcing everybody to disarm before they leave their vehicle, which creates a weak spot and a target. So you can't. I understand the purpose of breaking these things into these infringements into multiple pieces so that they can not. But this bill is directly related to the issue of the sensitive spaces, which will be defined as basically everywhere in Colorado, which will force everybody that is carrying a firearm for the purpose of defending themselves against the increasing number of predators that are being roaming the streets. So if you actually want to reduce the number of gun thefts, if you actually want to reduce the amount of gun crime, then you would do something that would actually do both of those, which is constitutional carry. So this is not...
Representative DeGraff.
Yes,
I guess
ma'am.
I'll go ahead and read the amendment for
Thank
you. We're striking container and substituting container that is not in plain view. So if you could please just speak to that, I would really appreciate that. And then once we are off this amendment and onto the bill, you can speak to the bill. So
Got it.
to the amendment, please.
All right. Well, this was just to speak to my, my colleagues' comments that they should be locked up. And I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that the government is not the appropriate place for this to be stepped into. So, so that was just in that. So again, I support this amendment because it takes a little edge off the how bad the bill is. But yeah, so I support the amendment.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is addressing whether or not a vehicle, locked, secured vehicle in and of itself is a sufficient container to store that firearm, or whether or not inside the locked vehicle is another level of security and protection. The container that the amendment is discussing is another container required inside the already container-like locked vehicle. And so as I talk about this amendment here, there's a couple of things that I want to highlight. First of all, the fundamental question with this amendment revolves around the level of security that our citizens ought to be able to expect from a locked vehicle versus a locked vehicle inside of which is then an additional locked container. And so with this amendment in mind, I think it's important to just very briefly talk about the broader state of vehicles, property crime, with regard to whether or not a vehicle that is locked is safe in and of itself, or whether we need an additional level of security inside that vehicle. A couple of years ago in Colorado, the penalty for breaking into vehicles was lowered. So when we're talking about is a vehicle secure in and of itself, or whether you need that additional container, as is referenced in the amendment, we have to recognize that in the last 3 years, we've lowered the penalty for breaking into vehicles. 21-271 was the bill that did that. And so when we discuss this amendment, whether or not that additional layer is necessary or not, I think it's critically important to note that we've seen this increase of break-ins to vehicles because of lowering that penalty. We've switched the onus, we've switched the location of the responsibility from folks who ought not to be breaking into vehicles in the first place to the law-abiding citizen who is now required, per the bill and the amendment, to not only have their vehicle locked and secured, as is best practice anyway, but also to then inside that vehicle have an additional locked container. And I don't think that's fair to the law-abiding citizens who are trying to already protect their property, protect their vehicle, protect what other stuff they have in it. And that's why I support this amendment, because this amendment is directing the locus of responsibility back to where it ought to belong, which is those folks who are breaking into vehicles and committing the crime, rather than requiring the law-abiding citizen to have that additional locked container inside their already larger locked vehicle container. So that's why, one of the reasons why I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment removes that additional requirement from the law-abiding citizen. It recognizes that citizens ought to have some sort of expectation of security in a locked car, and it redirects the locus of the responsibility back to those folks that are breaking into vehicles, which they ought not be doing, and acknowledging that in the last 3 years the penalty for breaking into vehicles has been reduced and resulting in some of the rising property crime that we've seen. I think we're number 3 in the nation off the top of my head for property crime. So that's my first, the first reason why I rise in support of this amendment. The second reason that I rise in support of this amendment is many vehicles come with features like locking glove box, locking container inside the center consoles. You guys all know that I'm a certified firearms instructor. When I'm not here, I teach hundreds of folks every year about how to get their concealed carry permits and then lawfully and using best practices comply with all of the laws. And in the class, we talk about this very issue. We talk about securing securing firearms in vehicles. And I mean, I can show you the picture out of the slide deck. There are vehicles that come with secure locking. They don't call it a gun safe, but they'll call it something like maybe secure valuable storage that are in the glove box, in the center console. And so if a vehicle is coming equipped with such hardware already installed in the center console, in the glove box for secure valuable storage, we need to make sure that this piece of legislation reflects that hardware being available from the factory in cars, and that's what this amendment does. This amendment recognizes that that center console can come equipped with a secure, valuable container storage, with a lock, with some more robust security features, and that folks that pay extra to get something like that from the factory ought to be able to use that secure locking container inside the vehicle's console or glove box. That's what this amendment does. That's why I rise in support of it. Finally, I rise in support of this amendment because there are situations where somebody may need to leave their firearm in the vehicle only for a couple of minutes. A precise example is the post office. Under federal rule, you're not supposed to have a firearm on post office property, period. That includes the parking lot. And so, with regards to this amendment, what we teach, what I teach in my classes is, look, if you got to go to the post office, you got to run in, you got to buy stamps, you got to check your post office box, something like that, quite often an errand that's going to take you 5 minutes. Park on the street, leave your firearm in the vehicle, run in, check your post office box, buy your stamps, do whatever, come right back out. As written, the bill requires an additional step for the law-abiding citizen in that situation, which this amendment addresses. Currently, you can take your gun off, put it out of sight, secure your vehicle, you run in, you run out, you're done in 5 minutes. You're not going to attract any attention doing that. That's a very low-profile activity. Unfortunately, the bill now requires that, let's say you're somebody that wasn't rich enough to be able to order that custom-built secure locking container in the center console of your car. Well, now you have to go and not only put your firearm out of sight, you got to go dig around, find that secure locking container. Best practice says you got to then attach that locking container to your vehicle, so cable lock it to the back seat pillar or something like that. This is now multiple more steps for that law-abiding citizen to comply with, and all of those things attract attention. Way more attention than would be attracted if that citizen was just taking the firearm off, putting it out of sight, locking the vehicle, zipping in, zipping out, done and gone in 5 minutes. And this amendment fixes that. This amendment fixes that by, again, acknowledging that a secured and locked vehicle does provide a level of protection to that firearm. It allows the law-abiding concealed carry holder to comply with laws like the one we talked about. I guess it's not a law, it's a federal rule. Like the federal rule that we talked about with the post office box, to where they can, in a very efficient, low-profile manner, get in, get out, not attract additional attention. So this amendment fixes that issue. It allows the citizen to continue to be able to follow that best practice without having to go through multiple additional steps that are, in this case, penalized by a civil penalty that's higher than some criminal penalties. And so I rise in support of this amendment. It provides the necessary flexibility for law-abiding citizens to be able to secure their firearms, particularly in those situations where they're not leaving the car for long. They're leaving it for 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Run in, buy your stamps, run back out. And it enables them to continue to do that best practice without the additional attention that would be attracted if they have to then dig around in the back seat, find that lockbox, put the gun in the lockbox, cable lock it to the back seat, go into the post office, come back out 3 minutes later. I rise in support of this amendment for all of the reasons I've listed and ask for your aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the conversation on this amendment. We urge a no vote on this amendment because we know and we understand that keeping something out of plain sight, whenever we have anything of value, and I can imagine anyone in this chamber and listening already does make every effort to keep their valuable items out of plain sight. This can include anything from a blanket, covering it with other items, hiding under a seat, any way that's possible to keep it out of plain sight. So we urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come up here and let you all know that I am in support of this amendment. However, I am in opposition to the bill. And I believe that a container is sufficient and not in plain view is sufficient. And we can make it difficult, complicated, expensive, and unrealistic, or we can make it sensible. I prefer sensible. I urge a no vote on the bill, a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hartsick.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment for a couple of reasons. A couple that were identified earlier, I just want to reiterate. When you are on the road with a concealed carry, but you go into a place that doesn't allow it, i.e. federal buildings, post offices, courthouses, and very importantly, schools. You can leave it in your vehicle, but you can't set foot on the school grounds with it, nor should you. So it's very quickly and easily to pull it off of your body and stick it in the glove box or in the center console on my truck and lock it, and then go on in. If we have to sit there in the parking lot and start putting it into a case or then pulling it out of the case and everything else, you're sitting there on school property or in a post office or in another obvious location where oftentimes there's cameras, and then that creates a whole bunch of questions. What's going on? Why are you in your vehicle sitting there with the weapon trying to get it out of a box, into a box, then into the glove box, store it out of sight and everything else? Because if you step foot outside of your vehicle with a weapon on you on school grounds, that's illegal. And if you're trying to put it in the back seat of the lockbox, how are you going to do that? The logistics of it are not even practical. Versus the center console, you pull it off, put it in there, put it down, close it, lock it, walk away, you're done, you can go into school. No problem. It is still secured. It is still in a physical locked vehicle inside a locked center container, out of sight. We don't need to draw additional attention sitting in post offices, school grounds, courthouse parking lots, etc., trying to get a pistol into a container and storing that out of sight. That draws a bunch of unnecessary attention and wastes quite a bit of time when you're sitting there trying to move quickly. In addition, when I'm out hunting, I always carry my sidearm with me because you're up in the mountains. Often with our hunting rifles, we keep them with us when we're hunting, obviously, and yet when we go into town, you don't leave your rifles back in your tent. You take them with you. Not every vehicle's got a way to store a long rifle, a hunting rifle, out of sight. But the vehicle is still locked. And amazingly, it's illegal to break into vehicles, so that's one crime that's being committed. So now we're going to make the person that owns the vehicle liable because they've stored their hunting rifle and they're going to town versus leaving it in their tent where it's unsecured. That makes no sense. So in support of this amendment, this brings some common sense to an otherwise bad bill. I rise in support of this amendment, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's, and I rise in support of this amendment too. I think it's mind-boggling that two women brought this bill, because as a woman who works late at night, who walks across empty parking lots, now you're telling me if I'm being stalked, which I think most of us know women who have been stalked, I've got to walk to my car hurriedly, adrenaline pumping, fumbling around with a locked box instead of going into my glove compartment and defending myself. It's just, I am mind-boggled that we continue to make victims in the state, especially women. It's infuriating to me as a woman that my only protection is my Second Amendment right. And the fourth least safe state in the United States, we have told California to hold our beer as far as violence and theft goes. I have friends that work in hospitals who are nurses who have to walk far to get to their car. And now you are going to make it even harder for someone like me to defend myself against a stalker or someone who is watching me that knows my routine as a medical professional. And now I've got to hurriedly get to my car, shaking because I know someone's following me, get into the lockbox, and grab my gun, because we know that about 500,000 crimes stop when you brandish a gun. So now we're taking that away from women as well. I sit up here and I don't know sometimes what we're doing. You're making victims pay the price with legislation.
Representative Bradley, I'm giving you a pretty wide latitude, but again, if you could just circle back to the amendment, that would help me out.
Thank you. The amendment suggests that we can put it in a glove box. The amendment suggests that women who are getting stalked and held prey can have easier access to get a gun and defend themselves versus having to put it in a locked box where I have to now fumble my way through to protect myself, my God-given constitutional right to protect myself. This is ludicrous, and it is going to make more women and men victims of crimes because we legislate like that, because we're so scared to put people in cages, but we're not concerned about putting people in graves. I vote
Bradley.
I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Be careful with what we're saying, please. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other thing that I forgot to say the last time that I was down here is this solves another issue for those law-abiding concealed carry holders or other folks that are lawfully transporting a firearm, in which they secure it, they just might not secure it in a locked, hard-sided container. I'll give you an example. Sometimes when I've had to leave a firearm in the vehicle for a little bit longer than just a minute or two, I'll unload it, and then I'll actually take a cable lock and thread it through the trigger guard of the firearm and then lock that to the vehicle. And so what this amendment is doing is it's saying that that's an what this amendment is doing is fixing the bill so that folks that are currently securing their firearm to the vehicle with something like a cable lock threaded through the trigger guard, threaded through the action of the vehicle, and then locked to the pillar of the seat or some other fixed object inside the car out of sight, can continue to do that. And so one reason that I did not say last time I was down here that makes me rise in support of this amendment to protect those lawful folks transporting a firearm that may secure it with something like a cable lock instead of a locked, hard-sided container.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to encourage and urge the body just to vote no on this again. It is not that difficult to keep something out of plain sight, especially if it's of value. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L17 is lost. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I bring before you a friendly amendment. We talk a lot about words mattering and making sure the intent of the bill coincides. Making sure that the intent of the bill is actually aligned with the words that are in the bill. And so with that, I want to make sure we are not putting people in prison or even threatening putting people in prison when that is not the intent of this bill per the bill sponsors. So I really appreciate you all working with me. With that, I would move Amendment L020 to House Bill 1348 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this would clarify, as it states in the bill right now, and I believe it was just an oversight and a typo, it says that the unlawful storage of a firearm in a vehicle may result in a fine or imprisonment. That was not the intent, as I understand it from the bill sponsors. This is a misdemeanor. So this would clarify the notice provision. So we would just end at fine and delete the or imprisonment part. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and this is a friendly amendment, and we urge your aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L20? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L20. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L20 passes. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel some positive energy in the chamber. I move L028 to House Bill 1348 and ask that it be displayed. See, even my phone is celebrating.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your leadership. You are my favorite chair.
Thank you,
For
Representative
the record,
Holtorf.
that was a double favorite. This amendment, esteemed colleagues, in the spirit of National Agriculture Week and through bipartisan negotiation and discussion, allows for storing a firearm that is not a handgun in a vehicle that is being used for farm and ranch operations that is on the person's private farm or ranch, and also follows subsection 2B, 39-1-102 as set forth in the Colorado Revised Statute. So why is this important? For those of us in farming and ranching, when it is calving season, there are predators that hurt our baby calves, and they are little babies. This allows for those people on farms and ranches who have what's typically called a long gun, which is a rifle, to protect their livestock if there's predators in those pastures. And so I ask for an aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the sponsors for this amendment. I mean, this is part of our heritage, our rural way of life, and the way we make a living and protect ourselves and our livestock. So I thank you for this and urge an aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Members, I believe hell has froze over. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Okay. Any further discussion on Amendment L28? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L28. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L28 passes. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, since it appears like we're on a roll, we're going to test this again. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L027 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank the sponsors for working on this amendment with us. If you think about just the logic in the bill, that if you have your firearm stolen, and if you were to report it, now you're subjected to a $500 civil penalty. That doesn't make any sense. Then why would you report the firearm being stolen at all? And what this does is it ensures that if you report to law enforcement that your firearm has been stolen, then you would be relieved of the civil infraction therein. And this definitely makes sure that law enforcement can start a case, that they can start pursuing the criminal who actually stole the firearm, and that we're focused on actually pursuing perpetrators rather than victims. So I want to thank you very much for this and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. For anyone who's still left in the chamber, this actually responds squarely to some discussion we did have in committee. It goes back to a 2021 bill on gun violence prevention that we talked about, which was duty to report lost and stolen so that law enforcement can try to track down the offender in that situation. Existing language, as you see here in non-capital, talks about immune from criminal prosecution. That was the point of Senate Bill 2178. The remedy here for not complying with the provisions in the new bill is, as noted, a civil infraction. There was some discussion about whether we should construe civil infraction to sort of nest within criminal prosecution. Frankly, I think it could have been argued either way. So the point of this amendment is really to be abundantly clear. We want clarity in the law. I think this makes sense. It's good policy. We want people to continue to comply with the duty to report lost and stolen firearms. The 21 bill was concerning lost and stolen out of one's home. This is lost and stolen out of one's vehicle. Whatever else you think about the policies, from my standpoint, we want to encourage compliance with the earlier law, and this, by removing any doubt of the possibility of that money penalty for violation here, I think encourages that. So I appreciate the work that was put into bringing this here following on a discussion that we had in committee, and I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Lasko.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and we do ask for an aye vote, and we agree with this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L27? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L27 passes. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through some discussions in this bill, we identified an issue, which is that some of our neighbors may not be quite as well off as we are. Some of them may have to live in their cars, live in some sort of other vehicle. That may be their home. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L026 and ask for it to be displayed.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does is it recognizes those folks who may be struggling with housing. They may have to live in a car. They may have to live in an RV or something like that. And it applies the standards for the house, safe and secure storage in a house that's an existing law, to their domicile, to their abode, which if they're living in their car, is that RV. And it ensures that we're not creating a situation in which we're disproportionately impacting or discriminating against those folks who may not have a house, and that we're not putting a higher level of storage on them just because their home is their car. So I ask for an aye vote on L026.
Representative Garcia.
Members, I don't know about you, but it is getting really cold in here. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L26? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L26 passes. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the idea that we do have people that are traveling, we do have people that are driving around that don't always drive around with hard cases for different kinds of vehicles. I think we need to focus on more reality than the restriction side of this. Just being more real than restrictive and saying that we can, for a long gun, you don't have to get a hard case. You're not going to be able to keep most hard cases for long guns out of sight in most vehicles. So I think doing that is unreasonable. It's more restrictive. It's not reality. So one thing I think we should focus on is being a little more accommodating on the long gun side at least, and saying that with the long gun you can have a soft-sided container, soft-sided case rather than a hard-sided locking case. And with that, I move L29 and ask it to be properly displayed.
That has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this strikes firearm and substitutes handgun, just to the hard locking case being for handguns only. And then for vehicles, we're also including the recreational vehicle, but we're including the language of soft case for long guns so that you're not forcing people to get hard cases for long guns. I would encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia. Sorry, Representative Lasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We agree with this amendment, and we are always thinking about our hunters. So we think it's a really good amendment, so please vote aye.
Any further discussion on Amendment L29? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L29. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L29 passes. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually sincerely appreciate what's happening right now. I haven't seen this before, but I really do appreciate this. Getting some common sense amendments on the table here. I definitely realize with Representative, I forget what county, but Calhan represented from the country. He got a carve out for rural, and that obviously makes sense. It's a different context than driving around in Denver. So I totally appreciate that, and I appreciate the sponsors recognizing that there are some times where you have to carve out some things from some different groups. And so I would like to, I do move Amendment 030 and ask to have it displayed. And just so that you know up front that this is a serious moment, ladies.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bottoms.
Just so you know, my assembly is tomorrow. I would like to give my heartfelt strength behind this amendment, that demographics are different in different areas, and people are different in different areas. And I think the amendment stands on its own. I think we all get it in our hearts what this is saying. We would like to make sure that there's a carve out for storing a firearm in a vehicle in El Paso County. So I move this amendment and I ask for a aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like the governor says, we're not California yet. I think this is a good indication that that El Paso County is not Denver yet. And we don't have the same problems that Denver does. It's not as blue an area, and so we don't have all the crime problems. So I think we should recognize the difference in demographics, and that maybe there are different ways of dealing with crime, like perhaps El Paso County likes to actually deal with crime where Denver likes to punish the law-abiding citizens. So we don't really need to have a one-size-fits-all when we have basically different, when we have different counties, we can have different solutions in different counties. And obviously El Paso County likes to, it has more of a focus on deterring crime by deterring criminals, as opposed to the Denver methodology of punishing the law-abiding citizen.
Let's not speak to anyone's intent, Representative DeGraff, and stick to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know why Denver does that, but we are obviously on different parts of our state are on different paths as far as dealing with crime. We have 21-271, as my colleague has stated. That has resulted in an 800% increase in car
We're not
theft.
talking, let's talk about the amendment. I'll read it to you since you liked that last time. It's
I did.
storing a
Thank you.
firearm in a vehicle in El Paso County. So let's talk about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in stealing, the overall issue is that I think El Paso County has a much lower rate of car theft than Denver. And we don't need to address the, we don't need to punish the law-abiding citizens in El Paso County like is apparently needed in Denver. So I recommend an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a reminder that El Paso County is the most populous county in the state, and we do have a significantly lower crime rate, and so this amendment is certainly appropriate. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I represent El Paso County, I would be remiss if I sat in my chair on this amendment. I will say my constituents have reached out to me. They would like to be exempted from this bill, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also represent El Paso County, which is the largest concealed carry county in the state. El Paso County has more people with firearms on them, around them, in their vehicles, so it would be best, since things are already going well down there, that we continue to keep things on the right track. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I wasn't going to come up here and make a big deal about this, but just to be absolutely clear, also a representative for El Paso County, leaders in our community and of both political stripes, especially my Republican elected officials, have been extremely loud about how they feel this body has left our community susceptible to crime and that they feel crime is out of control
Representative,
in El Paso
Representative
County.
Vigil.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's
I
stick
will
to the amendment.
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to be clear. El Paso County has every bit of a need for secure firearms as anywhere else. We are not that special in this regard. We are special in many other ways. And I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. El Paso County has a variety of viewpoints.
Representative DeGraff.
This is one of those hell freezes over moments again, and that I'm agreeing with my colleague on the left in that this body has left El Paso County very vulnerable to the increase in crime. And as my colleague mentioned from my side, that the high level of concealed carry permits has made them more safe. So I don't know what Republican colleagues that she's elected officials that are reaching out to her on asking her to violate the Second Amendment.
Representative DeGraff, again, everyone, let's just stick to the amendment, please.
Sticking to the amendment. Again, El Paso County, all of the counties actually, we should stop legislating Colorado based on the buffoonery of Denver.
Representative DeGraff, let's stick to the amendment. We're
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I'll leave out all of the other counties, all of the other 63 counties besides El Paso County. And I will just say that Colorado Springs and El Paso County should not be governed based on the failed leadership that we see in Denver.
Representative DeGraff, let's not talk about anyone's motives or intents or anyone failing anything. Please, again, just please stick to the amendment, and that is storing a firearm in a vehicle in El Paso County.
Storing a vehicle in El Paso County, the sheriff and the county and the county police have the matter in hand. None of them are coming to us asking for this bill. None of them have spoken and said we need more laws. So we have a series, we have 64 different counties that have their own way of governing. They have their own way of dealing with the crimes that they see, and this bill is not something that we need in El Paso County. So just because it's needed in another unnamed county doesn't mean it's needed across the board. Now, whether those counties are red or blue is probably immaterial because it speaks to motive, but El Paso County does not need this bill and should be exempted.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to commend my colleagues all from El Paso County for fighting so hard for your county and your constituents. I respectfully ask a no vote on this because the reality is that there's no community that is exempt from this, not even El Paso County, especially knowing that in 2020, El Paso County's deputy's gun and vest was stolen directly from a patrol car. So there's no county that is exempt from this, and I respectfully urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L30? Representative DeGraff.
I agree, there is no county that is safe from the crime. But as we know, 21-071 was directly resulted in the 800% increase in car theft. We've also refused to deal with this by failing to increase the penalties for gun theft. So when the government comes in and says, when this body representing a very blue demographic comes in and imposes a one-size-fits-all solution, well, it's not even a solution. What this bill is an anti-solution that's going to make a problem worse, which will then require more regulation. But El Paso County, and I would say any other county is free every other county should be up here petitioning for an exemption for their county to put the law enforcement, to put the peace officer aspect back into the hands of their county officials and stop pulling these things up to an increasingly authoritarian government. We need...
Representative DeGraff, again, please stick to the amendment.
The amendment is because El Paso County does not need the authoritarian government of this body. We have our own law enforcement.
Representative DeGraff, let's not speak to anyone's motives or intents. Again, just to the amendment, please.
Again, I don't know why. I don't know why or what motivates people. And I'm not speaking to the motivation. El Paso County does not need more oversight especially from ideas that are an absolute failure. And they fail every single time. Well, except for we won't get into that. We'll get into that later. So El Paso County does not need this type of authoritarian legislation. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment so we can at least in part return to some level of self-governance, at least at the local government. We have local sheriffs. We can put these laws in. When you do this from a centralized position, such as the state government, what you do is you create a centralized point of failure and corruption. And when this law fails, it fails for the entire state. Now, if a county like Denver needs this type of legislation, then let the county level impose this type of legislation. Don't impose it on all of Colorado just because Denver's leadership has failed.
Again, Representative DeGraff, we already talked about that line that you said previously. So please do not talk about anyone's failing leadership. Do not talk about anyone's motives or intents. and stick to the amendment. And this is the final time I'm asking you. Please.
The sponsors of the bill said that everybody needs this law, and that is not true. Now, why certain parts of the state do need it, we won't discuss that. This is not a law that is needed in El Paso County. It just isn't. And imposing state-level solutions for specific county problems is not the proper role of state government. The state government, this body, should be focused on securing the rights of individuals, not being the nanny state and trying to regulate every aspect of their life. So I recommend an aye vote on this because we need to get back to some semblance of the proper role of state government, which is not legislating into the totality of people's lives.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this amendment. I would like to come speak for it. The people of El Paso County have spoken. They've spoken by having the most concealed carry permits in the whole state. The people of El Paso County have made this very clear, that this is what they believe in. And so we do want a special provision here for El Paso County. We're not the same as any other county. We have different foundations and we have different philosophies. And whether it be a rural county or a metro county or anything else, we're not the same. And we would strongly stand in El Paso County in favor of this if just the amount of people that actually concealed carry voted on this, we would win this tomorrow. And so I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment Amendment L30? Representative Blasco.
We just urge a no vote. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on Amendment L30? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The noes have it. Amendment L30 is lost. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I loved that last amendment. I thought it was awesome. Because on your way to the aforementioned county of El Paso, one has to drive through the amazing county of Douglas. And with that, I would like to move Amendment L32 to House Bill 1348 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L32 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Frizzell.
I think that if you have been around me for 5 seconds, you know that I am someone who really respects local control. And I do believe that that's what this amendment is all about. Douglas County is so often thought of as being a bedroom county to the metro area, but we have huge swaths of open space and actually about 150,000 acres of Pike National Forest, Roxborough State Park, Castlewood Canyon. The vast majority of Douglas County is rural or mountainous. And as such, I think that it would be it would be silly to think that we can exempt our friends on the Eastern Plains who happen to own farms or ranches and not take my county, Douglas County, out from under this bill. Again, I believe in local control and that each county should be the master of its own destiny. Those citizens in Douglas County should be able to decide whether they're going to be subject to this law. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. As a representative from Douglas County and Parker, I have both a city and a rural community. If you go far enough east in my district, you end up in ranches, farms, and eventually dirt roads. There's a lot of cattle out there. All those folks will bring those cattle, cut up into nice little juicy steaks, up to the farmer's market in Parker. And a lot of them carry weapons. Because out where they're at, they need their weapons. And they come into Parker on Sunday mornings, and we have the whole downtown district closed off on Main Street for the farmer's market. And you'll see ranchers and farmers there with their products from out in the county. And these people carry guns. They need them where they're at. They need them for work. They need them for what they do. The town of Parker, of course, itself, our county commissioners don't like this bill. They like this amendment. Our town likes this amendment. They don't like the bill. We like to be able to shoot. We like to be able to hunt. There's a lot of hunting out on those lands that are out there. We were glad to see some of the amendments earlier that passed. But this one for the whole county, I mean, why should we have to worry about whether we're going from a ranch to a different part of the city in the same Douglas County and we're breaking the law? So I would urge an aye vote for this amendment because Douglas County, like the aforementioned county to the south that we all are as near and dear to our heart, but we really love our Douglas County. So I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also stand in strong support of this amendment. Being from the great county of Dougco and representing both rural and urban parts, I rise in support. Our sheriff who came to testify against this bill would also be in favor of this amendment. And our constituents in Dougco, both rural and urban, would also be in favor of this amendment. We shouldn't legislate our entire state with a one-size-fits-all policy. We have 64 counties, and they are all very, very different. This body is supposed to be supporting local government and control, and we have a great police department and law enforcement in Douglas County that keeps us safe. They have been successful at keeping us safe. They've been successful at keeping us away from what is happening in some of the other counties. And they don't need legislators dictating their failed policies onto the successful policies of Dougco. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill exemplifies once again that there is no problem the government can't make worse with a solution. So we have 21-271 that is directly from this body, signed off on this body, it originated in the other chamber, the lesser chamber, that gave us the vast increase in car theft. And now, to address the problem in car theft, the solution becomes an imposition and infringement on law-abiding citizens.
Representative DeGraff, we're talking specifically about Douglas County.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do like this amendment because I think it would be very important to have some sort of sanctuary city from the policies that continue to degrade the safety of this state that are originated in this body. So having at least Douglas County carved out would be a place where you could have some level of sanity. Because ultimately, this bill is about forcing you to leave your firearm in your vehicle, contrary to anything like constitutional carry, which actually has a positive effect on gun crime and crime in general.
Representative DeGraff, we're talking about storing a firearm in a vehicle in Douglas County.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
An
But I'm
exemption for that specifically.
specifically for Douglas County, I think any county being exempted from this would be a benefit. Because as Black Panther Huey Newton so eloquently put it, any unarmed people are slaves.
Nope. We're going to take a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Representative DeGraff.
I can smile, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, the point I'm trying to make is that we have local governance. Local governance can address these issues. Having them addressed all at the state level creates a single point of failure, a single point of corruption. So we need to get back to allowing our local officials, if our local officials in, say, Douglas County or El Paso County feel that they need to do a law like this, then it can be handled locally without the risk of infringing the rights of the entire state, or possibly imposing another solution that does not fix the problem. I think there's enough evidence that this body meddling in local affairs creates increased issues. And then it creates issues across the state instead of in very specific jurisdictions where they can be solved. So every county should be exempted from this, except for those that feel that they need it. So I ask for an aye vote on this, and let's hope to at least get one county under the umbrella of sanity.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate my colleagues' comments earlier, because this really is the important piece of this. If you have problems in Denver, then solve them in Denver. Do not solve them statewide where this is not an issue. In Douglas County, we are well known for our recreational opportunities, well known. We have tons of hiking, cycling trails, horseback riding, mountain climbing, lots of pickleball. But the thing is to get to those places, you have to typically drive. So you're in your car, and maybe you want to arm yourself while you're out on the trail because we have extensive wildlife. This is a thing. this broad-brushed, heavy-handed mechanism to force another aspect of gun control on the citizens of this state is wrong. I think that Douglas County should be exempted. We really have great law enforcement. We have outstanding law enforcement, and our problems are primarily those who come from Denver. I appreciate your attention, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
I wasn't going to say anything, colleagues, because I considered it just completely tongue-in-cheek, these amendments. But there have been many comments that I do think need to be addressed. I represent Highlands Ranch in the northwest corner of Douglas County. And our colleagues say, well, Douglas County is completely different from Denver. And that is true. But Highlands Ranch is completely integrated with the Denver metro area. Broadway terminates right at the end of my district, right in our district. The Broadway line terminates right in town center in the middle of Highlands Ranch. The light rail terminates right on our border in Lone Tree. We are completely integrated to the north, to the Denver metro area. And many of our colleagues from Douglas County and many of the people in Douglas County have the view that they want to build a wall at county line and say, keep all the problems in Denver away. The only way, in an enlightened self-interest, we can keep these so-called horrible problems from Denver from coming to Douglas County is to make sure we help our neighbors solve their issues. You cannot wall yourself off. So the idea of exempting yourselves here and there from general laws that should be applicable to everyone makes no sense. So again, although I considered this amendment to be tongue-in-cheek, the comments, I think, go to a far deeper issue, and I think those needed to be addressed, so thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The wall is a very interesting, and I'd never heard that Dougco wanted to build a wall between it and Denver to keep the policies out, but it does make a lot of sense. But probably the better way to be doing this in terms of legislation then would be to be looking at other counties and saying, hey, what are we doing in other counties that is keeping these problems at bay versus what's going on in Denver, which seems to be exasperating these problems. So again, this is why we need local control. You need local control so you have 64 different approaches to a problem instead of a one-size-fits-all based on former failed policy. Now, I don't know why, but I'm just saying when you have local control, you do not impose failure at one entire level. You don't impose failure across the board. We have a lot of counties that are handling this completely successful, that do not have an issue. But does the state government go to the local counties that don't have an issue and say, hey, how are you guys doing this? No. The state government goes to the level of the concentrated representation that completely overrides all of the local control and then imposes a failed solution on top of previous failed solutions. This is why we need local control. This bill should not be brought at all, but if it is brought, it should be brought at the area, to the areas where there is a problem with this, and allow local control to deal with the problem as they see fit. Then we have lots of different approaches, and then we can see which one works, as opposed to imposing one that's designed to fail to give more impetus for more regulation in the next round before this ink dries. So we need local control. We need to figure out how to, like my colleague said, we need to figure out how to protect Douglas County from Denver. And maybe have Denver go and look at what's going on successfully in other counties as opposed to imposing more future failed legislation on those counties all around and imposing a state level solution, or not a solution, imposing a state level failure across the board.
Any further discussion on Amendment L32? Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We urge a no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L32? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L32. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L32 is lost. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wouldn't consider this amendment tongue-in-cheek. I'm going to be serious about this amendment. If I could please run AL033 and ask that it properly be displayed. Or I move AL033 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Amendment L33 sorry, this is funny, has been moved and is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I'm bringing this amendment is I know we started off the way we did, but and if you'll give me just a second of latitude, you know, last night I listened to closing comments in one of the bills that was passed out of committee. And one reoccurring theme as that bill was passed was we were listening to our constituents as we passed this piece of legislation. I think about every legislator that was an aye vote that evening talked about how they were voting yes on the piece of legislation based on the comments and the feedback that they got from the constituents within their districts and their towns. And I'm asking that storing a firearm in a vehicle in Colorado Legislative House District 47 be taken serious. Because I would venture to say that in my House district, many of the people that have reached out to me, I've had people on both sides of this, but the majority of the people that have reached out to me have not been in favor in this piece of legislation. They think that this piece of legislation infringes on their rights, but more importantly, they think this piece of legislation infringes on their ability to be able to defend themselves. We've heard the numerous examples of people saying, I'm walking to my vehicle, and when I get to my vehicle, if I have to take the time to get into a lockbox where my gun is stored, the violent crime or the deed might already be done. And that's a big deal to the constituents in my district. And my former colleagues had brought up that the state isn't all the same, and everybody has their own different problems, and we deal with them differently. And sometimes, there's legislation that is a fix that's looking for a problem. So in all seriousness, going off of what my colleague said the other night, I am up here representing House District 47, and the majority of constituents in House District 47 do not agree with this piece of legislation. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment, because if we are going to keep within the faith and in the spirit of the comments that we heard the other night about representing our own districts, and even though within that hearing there were a lot of people that spoke in opposition to the way that the bill ended up coming out of committee, at the end of the day, the legislators, when they voted for that piece of legislation, said they voted on the fact that they heard from their constituents. I just ask that you give me the same grace, and I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and we urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also don't see these as tongue-in-cheek amendments. Not something that I thought of beforehand, but I think it's important to emphasize that we need some semblance of local control. And carving out for House District 47, which is clearly a very different demographic. I mean, in general, you have people that are law-abiding citizens. It's a very different demographic than certain sections of Colorado with failed policy that we're not allowed to mention. So I don't see these as tongue-in-cheek. I see these as vital representations, and I see this as a very pointed reminder that the state, this body, instead of representing, instead of going to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. This is a mandate. This is not a consent of the governed, and this is not securing the rights. This is overriding the rights in opposition to the consent of the governed, which makes it an unjust law. This is how you end up in an authoritarian, totalitarian state. So I recommend we get back to our oath, that we think in terms of supporting the Constitution, we support our governments, we support our local governments, instead of reaching in and telling them how to behave, instead of telling what should be the sovereign citizen, the citizen who is the highest level of government, as opposed to us who's several layers deep. Instead, we are dictating to those who by our oath exist on a higher plane politically, because they are the highest part of our government. The citizen is the highest part. The citizen is created in the image of God, not the government. So instead of violating the rights and the oath across the entire state, we need to recognize that this body has lost its way.
Representative DeGraff, let's not speak to anyone's intent or motives. Again, we're talking about an exemption for House District 47.
I don't think anybody intended to lose its way, and I think this is good intentions, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So I recommend an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further, Representative Epps?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Far be it from anyone to introduce the pesky little matter of the Constitution into our debates, but just a reminder that while the federal Constitution does not have specific special legislation, statutory requirements, the state constitution does. So our rules around special legislation are quite clear per constitution of this great state, that we can't carve out people, places, specific things in this way. If we did, we would risk rendering entire laws unconstitutional, or certainly the relevant sections. So tongue-in-cheek or not, just a reminder that we have prepared for this contingency and have decided as a state that such amendments would be unconstitutional. So vote no.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on Amendment L33? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L33. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L33 is lost. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel a little left out here. We've been kind of just going county by county, so I would like to move L034 and ask for it to be displayed.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So instead of going county by county, why don't we just exempt the whole entire state of Colorado from this bill? And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bottoms.
That is hands down the most sane thing I've heard in this House. Going back to the Constitution, the Constitution says that there can be no law made against the Second Amendment. So everything we've been doing already is against the Constitution. It's already against the Constitution. Saying that you have to have rules to have a firearm is against the Constitution. Saying you have to lock it up, against the Constitution. Saying that you cannot have concealed carry, against the Constitution. And these have been proved in the Supreme Court, by the way. So exempting a specific area is trying to bring a very insane law back to sanity. So I strongly recommend a yes on this amendment, because this is the only thing that we've seen in all of these bills that it's constitutional. Everything else is legitimately not constitutional. And to say, come up and actually use the Constitution as the argument, you got to read it first. The Constitution says you can't do any of this, none of it. You can't stop me from having a gun. You can't tell me what to do with my gun. You can't tell me to where to store it, how to store it, or if to store it. You can't tell me whether I should register it, not register it. You can't tell me any of this stuff, because the Constitution says that. This amendment is the only serious thing. I'm sorry, I cut out. This amendment is the only serious thing in this entire bill. We are defying the Founding Fathers. We are defying the Constitution. It is our constitutional right to keep and bear arms, regardless of whether any person in this House or anywhere in this United States says that they disagree with that. The Constitution has already given me this right, and I strongly agree with this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote. And by the way, my amendment was serious, and I'll prove that because I cowed it.
Minority Leader Puglisi, or
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to support the Majority Leader in her amendment. I think it's a great amendment for the state of Colorado and really appreciate her bringing it forward. And with that, I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I've really enjoyed the conversation, the dialogue, but I'd like to withdraw my amendment.
That is so moved. Amendment L34 has been withdrawn. Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. With these rights come a lot of responsibilities. They just do. And we in the community living with a disability definitely want to respect the intent of these laws that are being passed. We have to do something to make sure that we're saving lives, that we're cutting down on the mass shootings that are happening, and to continue to promote responsible gun ownership. That being said, living with a disability, I feel like it's my job to make sure that these laws are accessible with people with disabilities. And having been a responsible gun owner since my time in the military, to that end, I'm bringing forward Amendment L031. I move L031 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bottom line, folks, is, there's a difference between storing your for people with disabilities, there's a difference between storing your weapons at home and storing them in a vehicle. I can make my home accessible. I can choose where those safes are so they're accessible to me. Vehicles and hard cases that go in vehicles are not designed with us in mind, bottom line. That's just the way that it is. I've tried, I've looked out there. It's just, we're not there yet. Ideally, I would love it if automobile manufacturers and hard case storage manufacturers designed with us in mind, but until that day, I think this right here is a compromise where a community living with a disability can safely store their weapons, can exercise their gun rights while respecting the intent of the law within their abilities. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
I think this is an interesting amendment, but it does run, I think I have to look at the language. It does seem to run contrary to the idea of a protected class. I do think with individuals with disabilities, I think that is important to recognize, but it's not something that we can just roll over and say, well, we can violate the constitutional rights of everybody else for these same reasons. Because what do you consider, at what level do we consider a disability? Is it a matter of strength? Is it a matter of mobility? Is it a matter of, what is it? And I think everybody, and I think the purpose of a firearm is to have that force leveling effect against the increase in crime, somewhat because of 21-271. So I don't think we should be carving out, I think this creates an interesting dynamic because it does recognize the increased vulnerability that it puts somebody that is at a disadvantage. And there are lots of people who are disadvantaged, physically disadvantaged according to whoever might be the criminal coming towards them. My colleague spoke earlier of her sense, or as a female, biologically less strong, less aggressive. Do we count that as a disability? So I'm for carving out any part of this nonsense, but it does bring up some very interesting problems overall. So I think for now I'll be neutral on this amendment because I think it has a lot of merit. I think it has a lot of merit, and it also creates a lot of questions. It creates a lot of, because how do we judge this? What is the criteria for this? If somebody has a, do we weigh this against the potential criminal? Do we weigh this against a stated medical issue? I'm just trying to sort this all out. Again, I'm for this exemption on behalf of the community, but I'm also for this exemption on behalf of people that are at a physical limitation or a disability compared to those who would be doing them wrong, which I think is everybody, and that's the purpose of the firearm in general. So I'm a little confused on this one.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
First, members, I want to point out that comparison is not apples to apples. We're talking about an ability based on something that we're either born with or acquired that we cannot help to safely store weapons. We're not talking about the ability to defend yourself. So making that analogy, calling the fact that someone might be physically weaker in stature when it comes to gender, any of that other, that is not relevant here. We're talking about the ability to safely store your weapons. I would love it if car manufacturers designed to people with disability. I would love it if those hard case manufacturers would design to people with disabilities. I wouldn't have to be coming up here and doing this then, right? This amendment still allows us to respect the intent of the bill because as a responsible gun owner, I support the bill. I just want to make sure that I am physically capable of respecting the intent of the law and still exercise my rights. I want to be a responsible gun owner. Every responsible gun owner should. This fight about giving no ground whatsoever is causing an environment where this turns into a zero-sum game, where every law we pass is a movement against the Second Amendment or not. And responsible gun owners need to be a part of the solution. That's all this is doing. So the comparison to defending yourself, whether someone is strong or weak, is not a direct comparison. That has nothing to do with what this amendment is trying to do. Also, as far as the definition goes, we have 34 years of a federal law to go back on. That's specifically what this amendment does. So when an individual comes up here and says, well, I don't know what it means, there's a 34-year-old law that it's tied to specifically in the amendment and 34 years of case law to back it up. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I urge an aye vote as well. I mean, what is your... Sorry, Madam Speaker, if you're listening. Let me start again, Kate.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
I'd like to thank my colleague for explaining that a little bit more in detail, and for that community and for the just for the little bit of sanity that puts this into the bill on behalf of the disabled community. I'll be an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L31? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L31. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L31 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1348? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1348 as amended. All those in favor say aye. The committee will go into a brief recess. Yeah, we're going to reopen. The committee will come back to order. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1348? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the grace in that. I was at a loss for where we were on this. I thought we were just talking about the amendment still. Anyways, I would like to ask L019 to HB 1348 be displayed.
As a proper motion.
I'd like to move Amendment L019 to HB 1348 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. We will give us a minute to display it.
Oh, wait, no, you gave it back.
That is displayed. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. What we're doing is clearly seen by many people across the state, based on the number of letters that I've received, as a violation of their Second Amendment. So what I'm asking to do is that we do not violate their First Amendment in conjunction with violating their Second Amendment. And that is to recognize that this issue is not an emergent issue, especially since it's not going to actually solve any problems. This is not an emergent issue, and so this is something that the people of Colorado should have the opportunity to weigh in on. So I am asking that L019 be approved in order to honor the First Amendment rights of the people to petition their government for redress of grievances. When we say that, when we put a petition clause on there, when we put a safety clause on there, we are saying that whatever it is deemed by this body, that it is worth overriding their First Amendment. And that should be something that should be very cautiously approached. So I recommend an aye vote on changing this from a inappropriate safety clause to a clause that better honors the First Amendment rights of the people of Colorado. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A safety clause declares that an act is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. Gun thefts from vehicles is a direct violation of public peace, health, and safety. So we respectfully ask for a no vote. In addition to that, the bill itself does have a delayed implementation date of January 1st, 2025, which will give people a chance to purchase their safe storage units and put them in their cars. So we respectfully ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L19? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To correct that, the Constitution actually says that this is vital to our well-being and safety. The Second Amendment is vital to keeping the First Amendment and keeping us safe, specifically safe from the government. The Second Amendment is written to keep us safe from the government, which is us in this room. So it is necessary for the safety and healthiness and peacefulness of the people. It's the exact opposite when you read the Constitution.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L19? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L19 is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1348? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will say it's an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
I continue to hear the sponsors talking about gun theft. And so when I read this bill, I'm trying to make this understandable to myself. If Colorado ranks 4th in the nation, that's 4th out of 50 states for auto theft, then what is storing the firearm in a hard case, soft case, trunk, whatever, what does that do for gun theft if the car that the gun is in is being stolen? Because we've lowered the crime so much that people are stealing cars. We're the 4th state in the nation for auto theft. So I'm trying to wrap my brain around the fact that we are making it less criminal to steal a car, but now we want to lock up guns even more in said cars that are being stolen. This bill, honestly, it makes absolutely zero sense to me. 0 cents to me. If you steal the car, because we've made it less criminal to steal the car, then the gun is gone, the gun is stolen. It doesn't matter if it's wrapped in God knows what, the gun is still being stolen. We've taken down the penalties for breaking into vehicles. And so now again, we're protecting criminals over would-be victims. Theft of firearms was killed on a party line vote. We had a great representative with a great bill, and it was killed on a party line vote. So now people like me that put my gun in the glove box, I'm gonna be fined $500, which is more than any civil infraction in the state of Colorado. So again, we're coming after the gun owners. That's what this bill is doing. It's coming after the gun owners, because if it wasn't, we would make auto theft more criminal. And instead, we're making that easier, but we want people to lock up their boxes or their guns. And I'm just gonna talk as a woman again who has been stalked and has been scared out of her mind, that this is going to make it harder for me to protect myself. Because now I have to get into a box while I'm being preyed upon to get my gun out to defend myself. I appreciate the bill sponsors for taking the amendments. This is still a horrible bill. We're still more concerned about keeping people out of cages than putting women like me in graves. This bill is going to create more victims in Colorado who cannot protect themselves against criminals. It is a horrible idea, it's a horrible bill, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241348? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is now that we're speaking to the bill instead of that, I think it defies common sense. All the criminals will know, thanks to this bill, that hard cases are in vehicles with firearms. What we're doing, again, this is tied in directly with the idea of declaring every single space in Colorado a safe space, because what you want to, or a sensitive space, in order to protect it from law-abiding citizens, because we know it will not protect anybody from those who are illegal carrying. So these are tied in together, part and parcel. And this is going to, so what you're going to have when you have, say, somebody that does not have a trunk or a lockbox or whatever in their car, and they have to go put it in their trunk because to secure it, what you're forcing somebody to do outside of the realm of common sense is you're forcing them to disarm in public. Now, before bills like 21-271, when I was growing up, it was unheard of for anybody to carry a firearm. But as the policies that come out of the centralized state become more and more punitive for law-abiding citizens, and more and increasingly allow it for criminals, for people committing illegal activity, for people stealing vehicles. I mean, this is a direct issue with reducing the penalties for auto theft and property crime. And the only solution that you have for the increased property crime is imposing more restrictions on the law-abiding citizens who are trying to protect themselves from property crime. So maybe if we decided to do something about stopping some of these crimes, maybe undoing something like 21-271
Representative Graff, let's focus on House Bill 241348 moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is, again, this will create more problems than it solves. Now we're going to have people disarming in public and then putting it in their car. So what car do you think that somebody's going to be looking to steal? So you're going to increase gun theft. You're going to increase car theft because a bill like this will have the effect, and I don't believe there are unintended consequences to a bill, so a bill like this will have the effect of increasing car and gun theft. And then what you'll need is you'll need more laws to address car and gun theft because of the failed law, which isn't actually a failed law because it's doing exactly as it's intended to do. According to the law advice from law enforcement and others, a driver who is carrying should not wait to put a firearm or any other valuable in a trunk after parking at a destination. That would be obvious to anybody waiting for it. So instead, the firearm should be moved someplace earlier, which means that something awful in terms of road rage or incident could happen. So the reason for carrying a firearm is completely negated either in the carrying or in the safe storage. Again, if we were looking at actually reducing any crime statistics, we would be advocating for
Representative DeGraff, hold on,
constitutional carry.
Representative Graff, hold on just one moment. Members, can you please quiet down? Members. Members. There we go. Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
One of our witnesses from Mexico was very adamant that the more laws against guns, the more law-abiding citizens can't have guns. And now, and what was her concern about the United States? Well, her concern about the United States was that it would become like and she was saying Mexico, where the cartels are running Mexico. Why? Because the criminals have guns. This is only intended to disarm the people that the only people who will abide by the law are the law-abiding citizens, and they don't need another law by which to abide. So what happens in Mexico? Well, according to the witness, that
Representative DeGraff, I guess I just want to make sure that we're focused on the storage of firearms in the United States and in the state of Colorado within vehicles and not in Mexico. So can we please get to that back? That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, yes. Her point was that in forcing people to store these weapons, you effectively disarm the populace, and when you disarm the populace, as her concern was that where she is from, it is a high-risk activity to go to the grocery store. Because criminals are not punished, the criminals run the society. My concern with this bill is that it does tie in with the safe spaces, because the safe spaces will require people to disarm at their cars and then be doing something with their firearm that makes it very obvious what they're doing with it, which makes the theft of the car much more likely. The theft of the car or the break-in. And so again, this bill won't solve anything. It will likely make the problem worse. It will create more victims. This bill will create more victims because when somebody is watching the vehicle and they see somebody disarm, they also know that they're disarmed. And that makes them vulnerable. So again, I don't think there are any unintended consequences. So if we're looking to make the problem worse, adding this bill to other bills, and we have a whole slate of them that are coming up to undermine the individual rights and the individual liberty of the citizens, of law-abiding citizens, while making crime a more lucrative position. And then we wonder why. And then this body, from the state level, punishes law-abiding citizens across the state with no exemptions. So I definitely vote no on this. It does violate the Colorado Constitution in violating our federal Constitution, as well as the Declaration of Independence, by violating the auxiliary right of the Second Amendment.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241348? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 241348. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1348 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 241010?
House Bill 1010 by Representatives Judah and Soper, also Senator Michaelson Janae, concerning limitations on drugs covered under an individual's health insurance policy that are administered by a provider in a setting other than a hospital.
The committee will go into a brief recess. Let's get it. The committee will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 241010?
House Bill 1010 by Representatives Judah and Soper, also Senator Michaelson Janae, concerning limitations on drugs covered under an individual's health insurance policy that are administered by a provider in a setting other than a hospital.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1010 and the House Health and Human Services Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report. To the Health and Human Services Appropriations report. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in House Health and Human Services, we ran an amendment to really specify that it's not in hospitals, that it has to be in a clinic setting. And then we also just added guardrails for the reimbursement side.
Representative, nope. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the Appropriations report say aye. Let's try that again, members. All those in favor of adopting the Appropriations report say aye. All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Human Services report.
That's what I described.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually described what happened in committee, so we're good. We just asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, members in the chamber, a little bit of good news aside from the bill. My aide just got engaged on the Capitol Dome. Yeah. On the dome,
A brief
yeah.
moment for applause.
And Representative Frizzell's aide, so it's actually a love match within the Capitol. I don't know if it's legal, but
we'll allow it this time, Representative Soper.
But back to the bill, because I felt like sharing good news is well worth it. Yes. House Bill 1010 is a great bill. What we're doing is taking on what's called the practice of white begging. So white begging is when you have pharmaceuticals put in a white bag from the PBM, sent to the clinic or the provider, and the provider then has to administer that formulary to the patient. What ends up happening, especially in an oncology setting, is the formulas are always being tweaked for a cancer patient. And so the patient comes in, and all of a sudden they need a different mix, which means the provider or doctor has to send that back to the PBM. And invariably what happens is you have to reschedule the patient to come in, so now you're wasting the patient time. But it's also moving the reimbursement side from the medical side to the pharmacy side. And on the pharmacy side, what that means is the patient is having to pay more money out of pocket rather than if it had been the medical side of their insurance benefit. It also creates drug waste. So if the provider's having to send it back, those drugs are just being discarded and thrown away, and then a new mix is being sent for the infusion within the oncology clinic. So what we're doing here is we're cleaning up to require that white bagging can no longer be a mandate, but it could be an option. And I'll let my co-prime sponsor fully describe what the bill does.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, is that? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So here's what the bill does. It leaves the critical decision of where to get the patient's drug between the provider and the patient. It prohibits payers from mandating white bagging policies on providers and patients. It prohibits payers from limiting or excluding coverage for a drug based on the patient's choice to have the drug prepared and administered from the provider's on-site inventory. It prohibits requiring a patient to pay additional fees, co-payments, co-insurance based on the patient's choice to have the drug prepared and administered from the provider's on-site inventory. Additionally, you will notice that the bill generally limits this policy to community-based providers, which we know are the low-cost sites of service. The House Health and Insurance Committee adopted 4 amendments. The first further defines hospitals, making it more clear that this policy will be limited to community-based providers. It changed the word certain to specific and removed some excessive verbiage, and then removed any willing pharmacy and clarifies community-based providers must be in a network to avoid a white bagging mandate. All 3 of these amendments were in response to concerns we hear from the insurers. Another amendment clarifies the reimbursement rate for physician-administered drugs that will be the contracted negotiated rate between the insurer and provider in order for the provider to be in network with the insurer. We wanted to thank our colleagues from Louisville for working on us with these amendments, and this whole bill has been supported by a various and very well thought out group of coalition, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241010? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to present to the chamber the reason that members and colleagues of mine were unable to support this in committee. The bill has a lot of very good elements. And the intent of the bill, of course, is to make sure that the treatments and those pharmaceuticals are available and that they are at a lower cost. The issues that were presented before members of my caucus that were very difficult to get behind were those issues of the underwriting of the drugs. The insurance companies, in many cases, if it's not the federal government, let's be honest, Medicare, Medicaid, that underwrites the cost of these, the treatment, the professionals that are providing the treatment, and the pharmaceuticals that are being used to treat and cure all of us at a higher rate now than ever in history, by the way. We need to acknowledge that. In many cases. But also the insurance companies that have to underwrite. They are now, the way this bill kind of is presented and to be codified, will pretty much make the provider, patient in the driver's seat. Although the provider and the patient may not be underwriting and paying for those particular pharmaceuticals. That was an issue that we addressed and dealt with. It does actually, in fact, and there's elements, and I'll have one of my colleagues will talk to this, it does actually make it easier for getting access to medications. But we have to remember who underwrites that. It does come at a cost from the taxpayer and also from those companies that are providing those drugs. So I wanted to explain that in general terms so people in the chamber understood. As the ranking member of Health and Human Services, I think I have an obligation to bring that information forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I rise in support, not only support of the bill, but I'm a co-sponsor of it. I want to do a little explanation here. As my colleague just very well pointed out, there is an underwriting by the insurance companies. And there's a cost, clearly, that is borne by the insurance companies. But in the end, this is what sold me. As you all know, my wife is a surgeon. I toured a cancer facility. I toured the places where people are being treated, where these drugs come in, and these are all custom cocktails. There's 65 of us, well, there's not 65 of us in here right now, but there are 65 of us in this chamber, and if we had the same cancer, we would still have a different treatment to our specific type of cancer and our specific genetic makeup. These drugs are expensive, no doubt about that. But these drugs are very specifically targeted for the person. And as you're going through treatment, that often changes from day to day, week to week. And it's not something that can be planned out 2 weeks in advance, 3 weeks in advance, or a month to get prior authorization and get the drug made off-site and shipped to the facility and stored properly with a chain of custody to be administered when the patient shows up. Because when they show up, the provider's going to run a couple of quick tests on them to see what is their status. And if that status has changed since they last saw them, then that drug that was shipped there, paid for by the insurance company, can no longer be used. And they have to reschedule. So that's money that's wasted. That's drugs that are wasted. Those are medicines that are designed to help people, but because they had the wrong ratio that no longer applies because of what the provider decides is best versus the insurance company, has to be thrown out. That's why I rise in support of this bill. That's why I co-sponsored on this bill. The decision, your healthcare decisions are between patient and provider. Does the insurance company get a say-so? Absolutely, because they're the ones that are going to be paying for it. But at some point, we have to focus on that decision between healthcare provider and patient as paramount. I would imagine if you were sitting in a facility to get cancer treatment, you're going to want the decision being made between you and your doctor, not waiting for the insurance company to approve the cocktail that you need. Not waiting to have to reschedule your treatment next week or in 2 weeks for it to arrive. Because then your condition could get worse. And getting to these facilities is not the easiest thing. Getting scheduled in, when you go in, everyone is lined up. These are high demand facilities. Because unfortunately, cancer doesn't care who or what you are. And when cancer comes after you, ask yourself, do you want the decision to be made between you and your healthcare provider right then and there, or do you want to have to wait until it goes to an insurance company and maybe go the cheaper route? I would urge an aye vote on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's not very often that I come up and disagree with the representative from Douglas County, but on this one, I am going to disagree with him. I think that patients should have the choice to go where they want to have treatment. And I talked to the bill sponsors about this. My stepmom every 3 weeks has to get gamma globulin infusions, and she should have the choice to do that in her doctor's office. She should have the choice to do that at home. She should have the choice to do it in the hospital. But what she also should have the choices is price transparency. So if it's going to be marked up in the hospital or a different setting, the insurance agents are just going to say, well, you know what, you get that treatment, we're not going to mark up your premiums. That's what's going to end up happening, right? Premiums are going to go up because insurance contracts have to keep their contracts. So for me, the biggest part of this bill, because I really like this bill, but the transparency for patients not understanding what that cost variance is going to be was my biggest problem with this. I also have just watched 4 insurance companies fold up or close up their doors and leave the state, and now we're trying to bail out everyone that were on those contracts by making other private insurance payers pay for their insurance. And we keep causing more and more laws that tie the hands of private insurance companies. So I just feel like I can't in good conscience get behind this bill, especially if patients don't understand that what this will end up doing by their choice will end up driving up their premiums because insurance companies have to survive. So for those reasons, I am going to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to correct one thing that my colleague from the Eastern Plains said. There is no cost to the taxpayers here because the bill that I was involved with last year banned white begging for Medicaid. So right now, Medicaid cannot engage in white begging at all. So there's no final cost that would be passed on to Medicaid. I do want to talk to one thing about price transparency. I too would love to have more price transparency, and I think it starts with insurance companies, and certainly starting with insurance execs, and why it is that they have now started buying PBMs in a way to have outrageous profits, when under the Affordable Care Act, the administrative side is capped at 15%, and the other 85% is supposed to go to patient care, and yet they have found a workaround for really being able to drive up costs in the healthcare market. So I think there's a lot of insurance executives who should be forced to come down to this building and have to attest for why they're putting profits over patient safety.
Before we continue, all right, there we go. It's quiet. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually do agree that this needs to start with the insurance companies when it comes to transparency. But transparency across the board is necessary here. I do have a question for the bill sponsors. I perceive that this will potentially hurt rural pharmacies because they have to have the certain drugs on hand, and then they have to actually ship them. Am I correct about that? Which will cost rural pharmacies money, which is more difficult for those. I understand a big metropolitan area, this is not, I don't think this bill would affect it at all. But I am concerned about the rural pharmacies because they're kind of on the edge a lot of times anyway.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, this concerns really the PBMs. I will say that in a rural setting, it actually will be a cost saver to the patients because what ends up happening is we're seeing a lot of consolidation when it comes to common carriers like the U.S. Postal Service or FedEx or UPS. What's happening is centralized distribution that might have been in places like Grand Junction or Montrose are actually coming over to Denver. So if something is having to be shipped directly to a oncology clinic, for example, now there's a delay in being able to get around the state. Being able to allow the provider to work with the in-clinic pharmacy to mix the infusion drug saves saves on drugs, it's more affordable. It also means that you're not wasting the patient's time and having to reschedule and get them back in. So this is actually really, really good for rural Colorado.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241010? Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, this thing is so high. I do just kind of want to say, and I also want to thank my colleague from Douglas County. You are absolutely right. I watched my dad go through this for 6 years, and we were very blessed to have his infusion pharmacy in-house. And there were countless times when we would show up for his treatment, and they will need to change his cocktail right then and there rather than what was prescribed or expected before he came in. So I cannot imagine having care delayed when you are in such a critical moment of your treatment. That could ultimately mean life or death. So I really, really urge an aye vote. I incredibly am grateful for the support and for my co-prime. And yes, urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 241010 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1010 is passed.
Thank you.
Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 241176?
House Bill 1176 by Representatives Hamrick and Judah, also Senators Buckner and Fields, concerning expanding the Behavioral Healthcare Continuum GAP grant program to include a community investment grant for a new capital construction project.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 241176 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you. We added the amendment L001, which strikes may and substitutes shall, and the bill passed out of committee as amended.
Is there any further discussion on the adoption of the Health and Human Services report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Let's try that again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Health and Human Services Committee report is adopted. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill expands the House Bill 221281 Community Behavioral Healthcare Continuum GAP grant program to fund a new behavioral health capital project that meets certain criteria. There is no fiscal note on the bill because fiscal year 24-25 budget request from the Behavioral Health Administration includes an $8 million in unspent but previously appropriated ARPA funds for this purpose. Because this money was previously appropriated, it is not a new expense. However, because the funds have reverted, they need reappropriation. The funds must be spent by the end of the calendar year. That's why the bill has very specific criteria for the kind of project that can qualify. It must be shovel-ready, as you can see on page 2 of the bill, beginning at line 22. It must have progressed through the design review process, obtained approval for all necessary permits. In addition, the qualifying project must provide a variety of services, be readily accessible by first responders and community members, and demonstrate strong community support. I'll call your attention to a couple of very important facts. Government funds, especially from the federal government, that can be used for capital construction don't come around very often. So it's critical that we maximize the opportunity when they do. A capital project is a one-time use of these grant dollars. Some other projects funded through House Bill 221281 were programmatic, but without ongoing funding. It's unclear if they can continue. When you grant money for capital expenses, you don't have to worry about that.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, I just wanted to explain the financing element of this bill, and I'd just like to add some details about the grant-making process and the type of project that could qualify. So the disbursement of these funds will follow the competitive grant-making requirement outlined in HB 22-1281, which established the Behavioral Health Continuum GAP grant program. The community investment grants is enabled by that bill, which this bill fits into, are for projects that address identified local behavioral health care needs, including services for adults or families with acute, complex, or severe conditions and needs. So let me give you a quick example of what that could be and what could qualify for these funds. the new one-stop crisis and acute care center being built by the Aurora Mental Health and Recovery, which has already raised a bulk of the needed capital and is ready to deploy these fundings immediately. At full build-out, the center will include walk-in crisis services, 16-bed crisis stabilization units, 45 bed withdrawal management detox unit, medication-assisted treatment services, 43 supportive housing units, and other programs that provide a full continuum of care. AMHR services residents of Arapahoe, Adams, and Douglas counties and these Eastern Plains but individuals from anywhere in Colorado, I want to reiterate that, anywhere in Colorado may access the Crisis and Acute Care Center. That is just one example, and remember, this is still a competitive grant process, and with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start by saying when we heard this bill in committee, there was visible concern about the funding, and then the comment that there wasn't a fiscal note because of ARPA funds. And that is where I also got more concerned. With respect to the ARPA funds, there is a mad scramble in this state because of appropriations that were made and funding that was not utilized. And there is a residual and carryover that now there's a mad scramble to find out how to spend all the money. Well, I'm going to use a little example of my kids when I gave them money to go out on the town on a Saturday night. I'd say, you don't have to spend it all. You can go out and go do your thing, but you don't have to spend it all. So, here we are taking these ARPA funds, and I also made the comment in committee, for the record, that you could give ARPA money back to the federal government. You could actually return that money, and that may be fiscally responsible. Because we cannot forget that we have a $34 trillion deficit at the federal level. We cannot forget that we have 500, 600 billion in debt as we move along the fiscal year at the federal level. We must not forget that our children and our grandchildren are now carrying over $100,000 of debt that they have to repay in their lifetimes. So as we heard the bill and we talked about shovel-ready and appropriation of these and grants and things that are ready to go right now in Aurora, I thought to myself, we're just trying to spend the money anywhere and everywhere we can to get it spent. Now, I'm not saying behavioral health isn't noble. We have invested hundreds of millions, billions of dollars on behavioral mental health every year to try to address this issue. We continue to throw money at the problem, even though it's a cultural and societal issue, and the solution starts in the home with stable families and healthy economic and vibrant families and good parenting and so many other things. Staying away from the drug culture and so many other things. But with respect to the behavioral health grant for capital projects, there's going to be a rush to spend a lot of money. Federal money that even the federal government does not have. You see, it's borrowed money. I've said this before, and I know nobody wants to hear it, but it's the big credit card in the sky that we continue to raise the limit on. At what time do we break the bank, colleagues? because we're going to spend, spend, spend. Oh, well, those are federal dollars. We're pulling down federal dollars. Who cares? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this state legislator cares. My constituents care. In fact, they are very concerned about the fact that this state budget has continued to grow. And it's probably going to grow another $1 billion or $2 billion this year, despite those restrictions. But, Mr. Chair, I get ahead of myself because the long bill is next week. We'll just see how much money we're going to save. Oh, well, that won't happen. We'll see how much money we're going to spend in this next fiscal year. So I think I've given a very good explanation of why my colleagues and I had to say no and push back against this particular bill because of the fiscal conditions and the fiscal underwriting that comes from ARPA dollars. And oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, there are some states that are sending money back, and that's okay. That is a good idea, in my humble opinion, as we continue to encumber future generations by continuing to spend money at the federal government that we don't have. So I'll be a no. My colleagues, I think, will continue to be a no, but I cannot speak for them. And our committee pushed back on this because of that fundamental, those fundamental reasons. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
I appreciate your concerns. I just want to remind everyone that government funds, especially from the federal government, that can be used for capital construction don't come around very often. So it's critical that we maximize the opportunity when they do. Colorado is in a mental health crisis, so I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with a large part of this bill. I do think that we need more behavioral health care. My problem, though, and it doesn't matter to me if we get $8 million now if we don't have a solution to the problem. And so I sat in committee and asked a lot of questions because we have talked about the workforce shortage all over the state of Colorado in every avenue possible. And I know that we're trying to work on that, but to give $8 million with no real solution when our country is trillions of dollars in debt just doesn't seem plausible to me. Every person that I asked said pediatric hospital beds are 50% staffed. Aurora Mental Health said that they have a 5% vacancy of staff positions. There's no solution to the workforce shortage. Every person that I asked said that the workforce is a challenge at all levels. If you remember, during the first couple of weeks of session, I tried to pass orbital bills, giving $5 million to nurses to pay nurses better. That was voted down, $2 million, $1 million. They were all voted down. That would have helped if we just pay our nurses to staff some of these beds in some of these areas. So now we're going to fund $8 million with federal funds, and our workforce is still not going to be there. I mean, 50% of pediatric hospitals, their beds are staffed. So I just can't, in good conscience, get behind an $8 million bill to build when we don't have the bodies and the staff to put in place. And that is why our caucus was a no on this. I mean, 13% shortage of medical workers. How are we staffing all these new capital projects? They're going to sit there. We're going to be 50%. We're going to have 100% of beds, but we're only going to be able to staff them 50%. So again, we're going to be using money, and it's not going to provide a solution. So because of that, until we find good solutions, and I'm determined to do it. I tried to do that with the orbital bills. I tried to pay nurses more, and this body said no 3 different times. They said, wait for the long bill, and now I'm hearing the long bill, we don't have any money. So we're going to continue to have a workplace shortage, but we're going to have beautiful buildings with no one to staff them. So I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241176? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 241176 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1176 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 35?
Senate Bill 35 by Senators Pelton, B. and Fields, also Representatives Winter and Duran, concerning strengthening the enforcement of human trafficking for servitude.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 35 and the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Report. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In judiciary, we ran amendments to ensure survivors are protected by expanding affirmative defense, as well as classifying a crime of violence as similar crimes such as sexual assault, robbery, and et cetera. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the, Assistant Minority Leader Winter? Scratch that. Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Y'all, Senate Bill 2435 classifies human trafficking with a deadly weapon, death, serious bodily injury as a crime of violence and gives defendants an additional tool in these human trafficking cases to utilize affirmative defense, which will ensure protection of victims who are being charged as an offender. They can argue in court that they were previously a victim of human trafficking. This bill will ensure that we hold people accountable while also protecting survivors, ensuring they do not get swept up and forced to take a plea deal. Recently, just few days before we heard this bill in committee, there was a big sting operation in Garfield County where they arrested 10 people for trafficking children in this state. So I think this is a good step forward to trying to not only make sure we ensure that we protect our children, but we protect all people that are put in a bad situation in harm's way. And I seriously urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 35? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 35 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 35 is passed. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 148?
Senate Bill 148 by Senator Van Winkle, also Representatives McLaughlin and Bradley, concerning allowing certain facilities to use water detained in a stormwater detention infiltration facility for precipitation harvesting.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 24-148 on second reading.
To the bill.
Yes, back in 2009 through House Bill 9-1129, the state legislature established a commercial rainwater harvesting pilot program designed to explore the potential of neighborhood-scale rainwater harvesting as a sustainable water supply for non-potable outdoor use. This does not hurt downstream users, and that's very important.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. For over a decade now, Dominion Water and Sanitation District has been working collaboratively with the Colorado Water Conservation Board to advance the pilot program. Dominion is in my district and serves the residents of Sterling Ranch neighborhood, and some of you have toured the project with the Interim Water Resources and Ag Committee this fall. For the last 10 years, Dominion has committed millions of dollars to collect the data needed to establish the necessary rainwater harvesting factors set forth in the pilot program statute. Having proved the concept, they are now in the last stage of design and construction.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. This project captures stored water without damaging downstream users in line with Colorado's prior appropriation system, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 148? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 148. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 148 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 138 to the end of the calendar.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 138 will be moved to the end of the calendar. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1151?
House Bill 1151 by Representative Ricks, concerning prohibiting certain consumer transactions that do not include all mandatory charges.
The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 241151?
House Bill 1151 by Representative Ricks concerning prohibiting certain consumer transactions that do not include all mandatory charges.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 241151 and the business report, Business and Labor Report.
To the Business Affairs and Labor Report.
The Business and Labor Report, in the business, we presented the bill. The bill passed out of business. And basically, I asked for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The Business Affairs and Labor Report is adopted. Representative Ricks.
I do have some amendments. Yes.
We will go into a brief recess.
Okay. Okay.
The committee will come back to order. Representative Ricks.
Okay. House Bill 1151 is a bill that is going to require companies to disclose mandatory and non-discretionary fees when they advertise their prices. They're defined as fees a consumer will pay no matter what product, good, or service they choose. Consumers are increasingly running into these fees after they have already selected something to buy. When they are checking out, they have many different names: service fees, environmental fees, resort fees, administrative fees, processing fees, and convenience fees. Again, these fees do not depend on the customer's purchase. It's a $20 fee, whether you pick up the blue or the black one, get the basic or premium, add or decline the extended warranty. If you advertise that something at $29.99, but you have a $20 fee, that has to be no matter what they choose. Your price is really $49.99, and that should be disclosed when you advertise. Failing to disclose these fees, which consumers will pay no matter what they're selling, undermining transparency in the market and the ability of consumers to compare the cost of products and services when they shop around. This bill does do a few exemptions for taxes, government fees added to a product or service, or postage carriage shipping charges. Industries with federal preemption require, like airlines and banks and some other financial institutions, like credit unions and savings and loans broadband companies. Clarifications have been made to the bill for restaurants, bars, and breweries, including these fees on the menu and other places where prices are disclosed, like tabletops or counter display, is sufficient. Power sport and motor vehicles also have been exempted in the bill to an extent because they do have some other laws of disclosures that are currently in place and stay in place. Enforcement will be the responsibility of the AG's office and district attorneys, which is what it is for the current unfair deceptive practice statutes. An amendment that is coming will also have words like reckless and knowing to the definition of mandatory non-discretionary fees to make it clear that these are fees that companies know about. We are also adding the movie theaters. We've added an exemption for the restaurant bars clarification so that they operate similarly. And we're making technical changes from DOR, Department of Revenue, to ensure that power sports clarification is written accurately. We also have another amendment that is going to be coming that is going to talk about different federal laws And those industries that are covered by those federal laws will be exempted to the extent that of the federal laws, so that it's not redundant or over-regulating. This bill is basically needed, and it's a consumer protection issue.
Madam Majority Leader.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1151 until after Senate Bill 138.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1151 will be moved to the end of the calendar. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 241175?
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Basenecker and Sirota, also Senators Winter F. and Hawkes Lewis, concerning the local government right of first refusal or offer to purchase qualifying multifamily property for the purpose of providing long-term affordable housing or mixed income development.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1175 until Monday.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1175 will be laid over until Monday. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1334?
House Bill 1334 by Representative Basenecker, concerning the authorization of a broadband provider's installation of necessary broadband infrastructure in multi-unit buildings and in connection therewith, specifying legal obligations and rights relating to the installation of broadband infrastructure in such buildings.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1334 and the committee report.
To the Transportation, Housing, and Local Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we simply updated the definition of broadband internet service to reflect what is current statute at the request of OITIA and CBO, and those were the only changes we made to the bill in Transportation, Housing, and Local Government.
Is there any further discussion on the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L7 to House Bill 1334.
That's a proper motion. Give us a moment to display that. That is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will speak to the bill more broadly, but I think moving these two amendments will help kind of give some context for the bill as it will look as amended. This amendment, L7, and the amendment I'll move next are responsive to stakeholder feedback related to accessing properties under a right of entry, and then some, I think, very important language regarding interfering with other services, working with the property owner to determine areas where the broadband facility will be located, requiring that an installation happen according to industry best practice and below grade wherever possible, making sure that the internet service provider is liable for all costs related to anything in their construction, and then also requiring the ISP to avoid any sort of deviation from the general aesthetics of the building. Again, these were stakeholder amendments that we talked about in committee and we're bringing forward now.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L7. All those in favor say aye. Let's try that again. All those in favor of Amendment L7 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L7 is adopted. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L5 to House Bill 1334.
There's a proper motion. Give us a moment to display. That's properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L5 is again responsive to stakeholder feedback. The first part is language that we are in full agreement about related to towers, poles, buildings, enclosures, et cetera. This came up in committee and we are happy to accommodate that request to make sure that those were not permissible unless the park owner or the property owner grants permission explicitly. The second piece states a window of 30 days as adequate notice. That was another request that came out in committee for authorization to access. There's also language in here that clarifies that the only infrastructure that should be placed on a property is that necessary for providing an internet service to the multi-unit building. We struck language about wear and tear at the request of stakeholder feedback, and then also made sure that, again, the only installation that happened is directly related to the service that the ISP would bring in to provide service to residents.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L5? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing this amendment. This clears up some concern from parks that might have property and what would be brought in. If they have to allow a broadband provider to come in, does that mean the broadband provider is allowed to put any equipment they want on their property? So again, I support this amendment and I thank the bill sponsor for bringing it.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L05? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L05. All those in favor say aye. 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 All those opposed say no. Seeing none, Amendment L5 is adopted. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just speak to the bill briefly. What this bill seeks to do is to make sure that owners of mobile home parks, MDUs, and multi-tenant commercial units allow broadband internet providers to access their properties in order to provide competitive and high-speed internet service to residents or tenants. We've really benefited from a productive stakeholder conversation. In fact, the two amendments that you've seen were, quite frankly, everything on the list that was given to us at the time by folks who expressed concern in committee. Our folks are really looking at this from a balancing of all perspectives side, making sure that residents can enjoy high-speed internet service, but that we're not unduly or unfairly impacting a property owner as a result. That is a shared concern. This bill does specify the legal obligations and rights of both broadband providers and owners regarding the deployment of that infrastructure. I think it's made even more clear as amended. And we really do believe at the end of the day what this legislation will do is improve competition, drive down costs, and increase speeds for residents. I'll give one example. I have residents in my community that because of where they are housed, during the pandemic, we had to bring in mobile Wi-Fi vans in order for those students to complete their schoolwork and for those folks to work from home. And what this bill seeks to do is simply to say that an ISP and a property owner should have that conversation about what providing internet service for their residents looks like, and this bill makes that possible through a presumed right of entry. We really do believe that this bill is a vital part of the solution to connect and move our communities forward, and I'd ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241334? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I would just like to thank the bill sponsor for his amendments and working with stakeholders on this bill. I did not support it as it was in the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee. But I do think that it has really come full circle and is worthy of support. So thank you very much to the bill sponsor and to the stakeholders. I will be an aye vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that I'm quite there to support this bill, but I do think the sponsor made a lot of efforts to fix possible issues with this bill. My thoughts on it are we're moving really fast in technology, and this bill requires basically an easement into an apartment complex or a multi-unit dwelling to allow for the competitive broadband market to be there and not be stuck with what the landlord just decides you get. But at this point in technology, I know myself and some others have a mobile hotspot or something similar that can run, your TV, your computer, your cell phone, all that stuff together. So again, I really appreciate the bill sponsor making all the changes. I'm not sure I'm quite there, and I'm not sure the bill is that necessary. I know there were certain instances where it was deemed necessary, but again, thank you.
Is there any further discussion about House Bill 241334? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 241334. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 1334 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1230?
House Bill 1230 by Representatives Parenti and Bacon concerning protections for property owners with respect to improvements to real property.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 24-1230 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Members, we learned a good lesson. Never try to run an amendment in Judiciary. We ask you to vote no on the committee report. We're going to start over and try again.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the Judiciary Committee report say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is not adopted. Representative.
To the bill, right?
To the bill. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, thank you. Colleagues, House Bill 24-1230 is fundamentally a consumer protection bill. The issue that we are trying to address here is a behavior that we are seeing rampant in my district, but we have heard reports from all over the state in which new home buyers, so I mean home buyers of new homes, having been issued a warranty on the construction of that home, are filing claims against those warranties that are simply being denied or ignored outright. Because right now in the system, the builders have all of the power to determine if a claim is valid. They can simply deny it, and it's completely at the risk of the homeowner to try to pursue legal action to remedy those defects. So let me give you an idea of some of the issues that we're facing. In my district, there is an entire street of brand new homes, they're now about 18 months old, that have sunk over a foot since their construction. They have simply just sunk. The garages are no longer attached to the homes. One of these homes caused so much damage that the garage exploded and the home caught on fire. The builders denied the claims. They said, it's not our problem, it's not our responsibility. Well, whose responsibility is it, with house prices at the rate that they currently are, to pay $750,000 or more for a residence that you can't live in a year later? That is the issue that we are trying to resolve with this bill. And we're doing it in a couple of different ways. The first thing that we're doing is addressing one of the major behaviors that is allowing builders to mislead homeowners as to their rights. They're issuing them contracts that actually violate state law. They're issuing them contracts that say you only have a year to file a claim, and after that year, sorry, you're done. Well, that's actually not true. Under state law, you have 6 years, so they're actually lying to homeowners. And so we're saying that's a deceptive trade practice. That's a no-brainer, right? We're also saying, because it's really expensive to bring legal action, and nobody wants to bring legal action. I think we need to make that really clear. These people are filing claims through the normal process and having those be denied. We're saying that it's okay, like in that case of my entire street of homeowners who are all facing the same problem against the same builder, it is actually your right to work together, to hire the same attorney and bring those claims forward together. Right now, that decision lies solely with the builder. The builder gets to decide if you can file your claims together, or if you have to, or if you have to file them separately. That is a barrier for many homeowners to again, access legal justice. And what we're seeing, because of Colorado's very short statutes of repose and limitations, very restrictive, some of the most restrictive in the country, that some builders, not all, some builders are using that with stall tactics to push the claim process past the statute of limitations or past the statute of repose so that owners no longer have a valid claim. So we have put a prejudgment interest capability here, which is consistent with the other parts of consumer law, to discourage builders from stalling. What we really want to do with this bill is encourage the industry to simply honor their warranties from the beginning. Let's keep these cases out of court. Let's run them through the warranty process that they are supposed to. It'll be cheaper for the homeowners. It'll be cheaper for the builders. That is the fundamental premise of this bill, and we really look forward to the conversation.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. All right, is there any further discussion on House Bill 24-1230? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heard this in committee. I've heard a lot of, I can't say a lot, I've heard at least a few bills similar to this. The problem and why we voted the way we did in committee is we have a problem with housing in Colorado. We have a problem with affordable housing in Colorado. We have a problem with simple condos, the mid-level affordable housing to be built. And the reasons for that are because of frivolous litigation and the fact that these liabilities for builders exist, and builders are not willing to build these housing developments that are going to put them more at risk than they are going to benefit. We've heard from different agencies that are affected by this. They reject the fact that nobody wants to file litigation. I reject the fact that nobody wants to file litigation. It is something. If people are in a financial hardship, that might be a way out. Frivolous litigation does exist, and there are too many exceptions to this where people can simply say something is faulty. They can say something, this or that. You can find something to file a lawsuit over, and that's going to affect these builders, run them out of business, run them out of Colorado. So we aren't going to have the ability to have affordable housing for people when we are always in this body trying to find ways of increasing affordable housing for people. That mid-level affordable housing that we can build is non-existent in Colorado because of stuff like this. Extending the statute of limitations, extending everything to a point where you can't have a simple chip and a paint without having, I'm exaggerating, but you are walking a very thin line, if any at all, on what is going to be litigation, what you're going to be sued over. So this is one of those bills that is increasing the liability on those builders, increasing their inability to build here, chasing them out of Colorado, and going backward in the wrong direction of where we want to go with providing housing for people, providing affordable housing for people. So I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
I don't think I've ever gotten to do that on this side because everyone loves to listen to me when I'm in the well. Okay. I just want to respond a little bit. Thank you to my colleague for sharing those concerns. You know, we did actually have a robust conversation in judiciary. I know everybody loves to stay there till midnight, but we did bring attorneys forward to answer some of the questions to what it is that you just heard. And we also put on the record what we know to be true about where Colorado stands. There is no bigger advocate, particularly, at least in that committee that day, for affordable and attainable housing than this representative. When we think about the communities who typically don't have access to wealth building, I represent that community actually. My district is part of the Affordable and Attainable Housing Plan for Denver. And in fact, my district shrank in geography because I had an increase of 20,000 people who wanted to live in affordable and attainable housing. But that is not going to be affected by this bill, and for the notions that there are all these frivolous lawsuits, we still to this day have not been able to get an answer as to how many lawsuits were even brought or settled. Further, when you're talking about people who are in the tax brackets of affordable and attainable housing, these are the people who are the most leveraged ever when they buy a new home and do not have the money to actually pursue lawsuits. Furthermore, when it comes to not being able to build, we asked the developers' attorneys in committee, if you were not aware, there are only 4 states in this whole country that have a lesser time when it comes to statute of repose. 4. That means the majority of the states overwhelmingly have longer statutes of repose, particularly other states that are also building right now. Texas, Florida, Arizona have 10 years. And so the notion that the repose will just open all these lawsuits, we have not actually been able to prove. Furthermore, before you can even sue, there are 4 or 5 steps someone has to go through. You first have to go through your warranty and all of that. You have to go through inspections. Then, when you want to get to a lawsuit, you still have to meet a bar that the lawsuit isn't dismissed. Further, if we did even go to a place where you could collect damages, even like treble damages, they are capped in this state at $250,000. There are no caps in the other states. And we had attorneys who practice in Texas say they have not seen, the industry decline. But furthermore, this bill isn't just about condos, because that's not actually what this bill is doing. What this bill says is, if you put in contracts things that are not true by law, it is a deceptive trade practice, which doesn't exist. That means it's in the Consumer Protection Act. And it also says that you don't necessarily have to be in a quote-unquote HOA or a community that's bound to each other by contract to be able to have joinder suits, particularly if developers build homes that fall apart. And so the last thing I'll say is the statute of repose says by law how many years you have to bring a claim of a construction defect. The statute of limitations says that once you discover that defect, this is how much time you have to bring the suit. And we wanted to be sure that people understood the difference. So statute of repose right now is at 6 years, and it says you have that amount of time to discover a defect and to bring a claim. But if you discover a claim, you have only 2 years to bring your suit. And again, if anybody's interested, we have a sheet here that shows every other state that has longer statute of repose than we do here in Colorado. And we have not seen the affordable and attainable housing markets fail. And the last thing I just want to say is one more time. The way that we have to actually understand how lawsuits look and work and how much they actually cost for people doubly impacts the communities that need affordable and attainable housing and how much money they don't have access to, and explains as to why they are not bringing suits, because they cannot pursue it financially. And these are the communities that we'd also find to be the most vulnerable with it. But this bill is about Consumer Protection Act work. And I would love to explain more if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Any further discussion on House Bill 24-1230? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand some parts of this bill, but I do see this bill as contributing greatly to padding the pockets of lawyers. This is going to it may be as strong as almost any bill I've seen come through. This one's going to open the floodgate for litigation. And that hurts, in my opinion, that hurts everybody but the lawyers. Lawyers make a lot of money and everybody else is destroyed in the process. And so I think we have to pause on these kind of things and think about the greater implications to the homeowner, to everybody involved in this. So I would urge a no vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 24-1230? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also heard this bill in committee, and just wanted to highlight a couple of things, not to belabor the point, but when liability is added to folks that are building new construction, guess what happens to the new construction? We have inventory go down because there is more liability. And in short, that's what this bill does. We've talked about the statute of repose. It's currently at 6 years. It moves it up to 10. I was doing something outside, so I don't know if we covered it. In Colorado, though, as the law is currently written, if that issue is discovered at year 6, then you get 2 additional years to continue to address this issue. So our statute of repose is 6 years, but for issues discovered in those years, in year 5 or 6, you get 2 additional years. So then that extends it out to years 7 and 8. So I just wanted to make sure that that is also on the record. Also on the bill, page 4 at the bottom, starting lines 25, this is talking about regards to claims that arise from the alleged defects, and it's talking about the court costs and how those court costs shall be awarded. And on page 5, line 2, it says that those costs will be awarded, the actual damages will be awarded at a rate of 6% per year, compounded annually through the date of the mailing of the claimant's first notice of the claim, and then beginning on the later of, so this is the start date, either the date the defective structure, component, or improvement was first installed on the real property, or the date that the title to, interest in, or defective structure, component, or improvement was transferred to the current owner. So basically, from whatever the later of the date is that the window, the door, the plumbing, the electrical, whatever it happens to be, whatever that date was either installed or transferred, up through the date that the claimant mailed their notice that they want to file suit under that, all of that time has to be paid out at this 6% interest per year compounded annually. That's, again, an additional cost on the folks that are building housing, that are trying to put up new affordable places for folks to live. And as we've seen over and over again, when red tape goes up, when liability goes up, when regulatory burden goes up, the thing that is being subject to that higher liability, higher costs, and more red tape goes down in supply. And so ultimately, that is my big concern with this piece of legislation. By increasing the liability, increasing the costs, increasing the red tape, we are going to inadvertently result in less new construction, less affordable housing for folks, because we're going to get the supply and demand balance even more off kilter. With regards to the statute of repose being 6 years in Colorado and 10 years in other states, I just want to point out that that's not necessarily a true apples to apples comparison, because that's looking at one data point in an entire litany of other regulatory environment and regulatory structure. So we talk all the time about how we need to make sure that we are developing policies for Colorado based on Colorado's unique situations and not just copying and pasting ideas from other places without vetting them for Colorado's unique and specific purposes. I think that that's important to mention here, that other states that may have a longer statute of repose also have an entirely different regulatory framework, liability framework. There's a lot of other different things that are going on in other states. That doesn't mean that you can do an exact apples to apples comparison between 10 years in Arizona, 6 years in Colorado without examining those other things. And so for those reasons, I'm going to be a no on this. We know that we need affordable housing. I don't see this bill as resulting in policies that will improve the availability of affordable housing because of the additional liability and regulation that's imposed through this piece of legislation. So I'll be a no.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. And, you know, I always welcome and am grateful for a debate amongst my colleagues. But again, as someone who cares about affordable and attainable housing, I also care about people talking about my care for it. So just want to put that out there. We do understand that apples to apples aren't a real thing, which is why we asked about it in committee. And in fact, the penalties that anyone can actually receive in Colorado is much lower than any other state if we want to talk about apples to apples. Also, when it comes to being able to sue on versus what is when something is manifested versus something that is discovered. Other states have when things are discovered for apples to apples, and yet we still have restrictive statutes of repose. Furthermore, in regards to the reference, the 6% interest, we did not make up that number. That is the number, prejudgment interest, that is already in the Consumer Protection Act for non-personal liability claims. And so we are already exposed to this. And again, as we had attorneys who practice in other states say, even if we did pursue higher damages, our damages are capped in Colorado, where they are not capped in other states, to a limit, again, of $250,000, which is not millions of dollars. And so I just want to be sure, too, to share with you all the things that we considered and the things that we know to be true, to be able to, quite frankly, support our market in being able to develop, but also support the people who have put all of their money in a home and should not be bankrupted by it to just try to fix it. And so this bill is really to provide balance. We have only asked for 2 or 3 things in this bill, 2 of which most people agree with by way of quote-unquote junk contracts. That means if you just put lies in contracts, that is a deceptive trade practice, and that's 2/3 of this bill. And so we need to know that if we're going to build product in the state, people need to know how it is or what it is that they're going to give up for that. And again, most of this bill is also about transparency, because we have whole communities, because of the type of soil that we have here, that are 5 or 6 years later that are falling apart, and they have exhausted all of their money and to go through procedures that is not, quite frankly, cheap. We ask people, how much does litigation actually cost a client? And again, we're talking about people who buy, and 6 years is within buying. How many years before your home even earns any equity? They can't even leverage any equity, especially against a house that's falling apart, to fix it. Where is the money coming from for people? And so there is no shortage of people looking for shelter. But we can't say to our consumers, you gotta just risk it all, you know? And that's all we're trying to do. This bill is not that exorbitant. It right sizes to where we see other practices happening in the state when it comes to judgments, and also when it talks about how much time we need based off of what we have experienced. We use these years based off of what we have experienced from homeowners when they are starting to see these problems manifest. And they are. This is not conjecture. We have whole neighborhoods. That is why we did hear from city council members and commissioners. We have whole neighborhoods that are falling apart. And according to the statute right now, they cannot recover. We're not even asking for $10 million. We're just saying, can we have access to bring a case after we go through the warranty, after we go through insurance, after we prove that our garage fell apart? Those things also take time. So we're talking about years. And we cannot have a statute of limitations that is unrealistic to be met. Because what that means is we are throwing process in the way of justice. If it takes you, if you only have 2 years from when the issue starts manifesting, which you also got to take a month to figure out when that even started, that means we're saying to people, then how long does, and we're homeowners, how long does it take to go through insurance? Did you ever get a call back tomorrow? And so the time period, we're asking people to still do what they're supposed to do, but the time has to match the ability to actually get a remedy. And if industry is saying, let's throw things in the way before people can sue, well, that's protecting them in a way that is unfair to the actual issue. And so we have to be sure that when we say to our homeowners, please risk it all, especially for those of you who make the least. If something goes wrong, you will at least have a chance, but you still gotta jump through all these hoops before you can even get to court, and you can still only recover this. And everybody should care about how long it takes. And so what we're asking for, even with that prejudgment interest, is in other places in statute. It is not something that is made up. And you know why it's in other places in statute? To do the same thing there that we're asking here. Figure it out sooner. Because I know there are other people who would rather push people into settlement. Well, guess what? This actually does that. And so that's what we're asking for with this bill. And we did do the diligence to ask and compare. And I do know that the rest of us in this chamber also want to know the answers to these things too. It's okay for us to ask, how much are we actually talking about before we start saying that this is the reason why something is happening if no one can actually put evidence of it in front of us. So thank you for consideration. We hope to continue the dialogue, but more importantly, we hope that you vote for House Bill 1230. Thank you and good night, sorry.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
The concern I have, and I would ask the sponsors to take a look at this, is on page 4, starting number 2, line 6. Here's my concern about this particular sentence and paragraph. We're one of those areas of this state that has terrible soils, with a tremendous amount of bentonite in our soils and Mancos shale. And it is, in fact, if you want to build on areas that have that, architects and builders know what's required in foundations to, in fact, give you the absolute best chance of your home standing up to settling. But in my neck of the woods, it is not cheap. My home is built on micropiers that go down anywhere from 40 to 60 feet to get to bedrock. The problem I have with this particular clause is that if that architect and the general contractor say to the consumer, this is the way your home should be built, and that consumer decides, I don't want to do that, there are cheaper methods to, in fact, do that. This says a governing document is void if the provision limits a property owner's right to bring or join a legal action. If, in fact, that consumer says, I don't want to spend those additional dollars to make absolutely, excuse me, I'm tired from last night, absolutely certain, I don't want to spend those dollars to put micropiers in. I just want you to do a normal foundation. An architect, as well as a general contractor, should have the right to say, then you take on the responsibility if, in fact, that home starts to shrink or starts to have very significant cracking. That is not fair to the architect and or the general contractor that in their best judgment said, this is not a good idea. I would like that modified in some way, shape, to protect somebody that is going out of their way as an architect and a general contractor to give them the very best advice. And I can tell you, I have seen homeowners with contractors tell them, I don't want to pay those extra dollars. You take that risk then if you don't want to pay those dollars. You don't have the right to come back. And that should not void the contract because the contractor put that in black and white language. That's just not fair.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the representative from Grand Junction. I appreciate your words. I have a question for you, so let's have a conversation about this. I agree with your concern. If a consumer knowingly kind of opts out of a protection that had been offered to them, I think that that's a consideration that should go into any lawsuit or any legal action afterwards. I am failing to understand what that has to do with this language, which is about their ability to join forces, for instance, with a neighbor, to bring a claim together. And I'll point you back to the example that I used at the beginning, where we have this entire street where it's all sunk, same issue, it's a Bentonite issue, I'm sure. Within 15 months, 4 or 5 houses all collapsed, 12 inches, garages no longer attached to homes. Those folks want to be able to work together. And the law allows the builder to decide if they can work together or not. And so I'm open to talking about an amendment. I don't think we can craft it right now, but we can work on it, as the bill progresses, to talk about those, like if an owner will, themselves, opts out of a protection, let's talk about that. But I'm not sure that's this.
Representative Taggart.
It says, and I realize it's under limitations on group legal actions, but the contracts, in fact, that we sign, as it indicates here, a provision in a contract to sell real estate. And that's to sell real estate to an individual. It's not selling it to the group. It's not the group or the homeowner association that's involved in this. There may be covenants, et cetera, et cetera. I acknowledge that. But this talks about a provision in a contract to sell real estate.
Right.
And in fact, that is between the consumer and the seller of that particular property, who could be the general contractor, developer.
Representative
And so it's there. I'm sorry, it's there.
Right, but we have to.
Representative Parenti.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
It is
I
fine.
thought you had recognized me.
I'll give you a pass.
Yeah, thank you. No, I apologize. Thank you, I think we have to read the whole sentence. A provision in a contract to sell real estate in a declaration or in a governing document is void if the provision limits a property owner's right to bring or join a legal action with one or more claimants. I mean, that's the sentence, right? And so that's I think it's a great point. I think we should work on that. It's just, I don't think it's this provision here.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Please.
Thank you, and I apologize if you did say this. I was a little back and forth. I would like to repeat back what I thought I heard you say to figure out the proper solution. And so I heard you give an example of a general contractor or an architect giving the advice and saying, you need to dig 110 feet, and the client would be like, no, I want to save dollars, just dig 50 feet. Something like that as an example. I know we're not dialoguing, so I'm just going to ask for a head nod. And so my question to you is, I have 2 thoughts about that. One, what are the liabilities on licenses and contractors to be able to even go forward against their best judgment? And if there are other things to consider there. Or could we say there's an acknowledgement in the contract that you didn't take the advice? And so I yield to my colleague to be recognized to answer the question.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you. I'm more than fine if you want to come up with another clause boy, after last night, that addresses this issue, because the consumer has to take responsibilities for their actions. Now, I would be the first to say, if I was the builder, developer, architect, that I would walk away from it. I would just flat walk away from it. But some might say, that's a new technique that's being tried in the area. I can't give you an absolute on that, because there are new techniques that people are digging down and putting layers of different composite materials to, in fact, to try to make up for the fact that piers are expensive. Make no mistake, they're expensive. And it's not one pier, as you know, it's all around the perimeter of your house. But some of those and there are new techniques, but if you talk to many of the architects, they will say to you, they're not proven yet. And they don't get proven until a number of years, unfortunately. They're not proven. So if you could put some kind of clause in here that at least acknowledges that people are selecting techniques that folks don't necessarily agree with, But if they can put it in the contract, if you want to do this, I'll do it. It's not my recommendation, but I'll do it. But you can't come back on me later if it fails, because I know the peers will work, and they're not perfect either.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Okay. Well, thank you for the explanation. I think what we were trying to share is we can understand that circumstance and be willing to navigate through that. I think that there may be other references to these types of situations in consumer protection law in and of itself, particularly around risk and what it is that people agree to taking on, because contracts, stand within the four corners of the document, and you can put anything in there, at least that's not unconstitutional. And so I believe that within the scope of contract law, there might be concepts about that, and we are more than willing to have that conversation and figure out how it impacts here, because the purpose of what we are writing here is to say that folks who are not non-HOAs can still actually have joint suits. That was the purpose of what we were trying to do, but if it reads that way and we can find clarity, we're open to do that.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to add some context for one of the situations that brought this up. Again, the neighborhood in my district that I've been referencing, it has come out since that the U.S. Geological Survey recommended that the contractor not build there. And they built there anyway, and now the houses are falling apart. And they're not taking responsibility. And that has to be remedied. We cannot put that risk on the homeowner themselves. They could not possibly have known the whole circumstances surrounding the building of this brand new home, right? And so that's really what we're trying to address here, and we appreciate your comments, and we look forward to working on it.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Fellow colleagues, this bill, very, very simply, I respect the bill sponsors, what they're trying to do, how they're trying to do it. I just have very small concerns, which in the grand scheme of things, in the state of Colorado, meeting with my Home Builders Association up in Loveland, talking to them, they literally brought their concerns. This doesn't help us build homes. We have a problem in this state where we don't have enough housing. We keep speaking about that on a regular basis. And if we keep passing pieces of legislation that hinder the way to even build or deter people from building within the state, it's a problem. So I've had multiple conversations. I respect everything that the bill sponsors are trying to do again, but again, we are not addressing the sole issue. When we come down into the well and speak about affordable housing and the lack thereof, who builds that? Who goes to construction and actually produces that? If we start not inviting HBA to the table to endorse, not to, I'm sure you did talk to them, but without an endorsement, I find it hard for me, when we're trying to address these issues, to come to a yes vote. My problem is thereof, very simple. The builders are not at the table or the forefront of this bill. They have not endorsed it. In fact, they don't want anything to do with it, and they're going to pull out of their major contracts, from my understanding. And if there's anything else that you can provide to that, I have issue when we have a fundamental problem that we're trying to address, and we put barricades in place of getting to the core root of the problem.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Should I stand here? Should I stay here? Permission to dialogue.
We're going to be. You can stay here. Oh, you acknowledged me? Apologies.
I did, Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
First of all, I did have meetings with home builders. I'm sure you did. So they were at the table. But it doesn't mean we have to agree, nor does it mean we have to follow the course of one, stakeholder in the conversation. I want to repeat what I said. Home builders also have an interest that also includes not just building homes, but making money off of them. Homeowners have an interest of being able to have a home, and one that is sound. And so I know I spoke to different stakeholders, and what I believe this bill does is find solutions in the middle. Homeowners want 20 years of a statute of repose. Homeowners want 5 to 10 years of statute of limitations, but we didn't talk about that either. What we're saying is, again, that what is a reasonable amount of time given actually what it takes to follow through to bring a case? And I mean it. When you file an insurance claim, that is not settled in 2 weeks. And so that's what we tried to put together by recognizing what was already in statute and what kind of adjustments we can make so that we have people who want to build these homes, but all we're asking is that they can be reasonably held accountable if they don't build them right. And that is something that we also, as legislators and having a difference from these issues, I believe, have to take into consideration as we make laws for all of us. And so I do believe that we are having this conversation about what it takes to build. A lot of people have put in on a particular type of home. That type I own, and you don't even want to know how I feel about HOAs and all of those things. To the bill, Rep. Bacon. Okay, and so what that means,
Thank
is
you.
that, sorry. So what that means is that's if we're gonna at least talk about where we're coming from this, I want people to hear that we acknowledge that there is an issue. But we have to be sure that all sides can navigate it. And that is, all I can do is explain to you where we're coming from on the bill and put again on the table. If we wanted to put folks out of business, we would say, we have 20 years to sue you. But that's not what we're saying because of these things that we heard. So I'm not going to also stand here and say deny who's against the bill. But all of us need to participate because we cannot say we're building affordable and attainable housing and then have up to a third or even 40% of people who couldn't get a signature, have to live in something that's inhabitable. We have to think about both of those things. Thank you for listening.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the Assistant Majority Leader, I truly and gratefully appreciate where you're coming from. I just want to go back to my original point. There's 3 ways to do positions on a bill here, right? It's no, monitor, yes. Right? We're not even with the construction at a monitor. We're not. And I would have preferred, and we can still get there, I think. I would have preferred coming to at least that monitor line. So, sorry. Hold on.
I don't know if you're done or not. You stop talking.
You're all distracting me. What's going on
Please
here?
continue, Rep. Weinberg. Thank
you. Chair Brown. So that's where I have a problem with this is, especially in my district, coming back to it and over the interim of last year, talking and getting to know, because that's what we do, right? We get to know our districts and what the problems are, how do we get to the solution, so on and so forth. They're coming to me and not even in the monitor position, they feel like they're handcuffed and tied. And I think any piece of legislation to where we have the people that are actually doing the work and creating and building, and they're not even to the center of this bill, I think we should start kind of second guessing it a little bit. I'm going to sit down because I'm tired.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to my colleague from Larimer County for the comments. I agree with you. I would love to have had the home builders with us on this bill. We spoke to them several times. We asked them, how would you otherwise address this issue? And they agree that this is unethical practices and they don't want their members doing them. So we asked for ideas on how would you address this issue. We got nothing. We asked them the question, what in this bill would harm a builder who is otherwise doing the right thing and honoring the warranties that they offer to home purchasers? They couldn't point to anything. And so we had that opportunity. And at that point, what do? right? I can't give up on this issue. It's too important to the people in my district. So if there's another way to go about this, I'm all ears. But no one has offered another solution other than what we see at the table.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. And thank you to my colleague. Again, this is where we have a struggle, is I think the industry has been so battered and bruised for so long that they don't know what to do themselves, and they start getting fearful that all this stuff that comes up and comes forward, it just hurts them further. And I think that's why, number one, they couldn't even come up with an answer. Our defects in the state right now, the defects law that currently stands, hinders a lot of our projects. That's direct from their mouth. And again, I would go further to say we need to take a little bit more time and have something at least under our belt to where we could get them and guide them, maybe guide them, as opposed to asking them for the answer and the ideas. Because I can tell you right now, I can tell all of you right now what their answer to the housing problem is in the state of Colorado. Stop passing law. No, like legitimately. I'm telling you right now, legislation is the reason we have this problem. And every home builders association would tell you that. Passing law upon law upon law to people that are actually constructing and building does not help us or the industry, period. Then that's every single one of your districts. Every single one of your districts will tell you the same thing. Every person that's in the industry of construction will tell you, how about you stop passing legislation, let us build houses. If we do something wrong, 90% of the time, that's why we have court, law, and order. And that's where we have a problem. This is where I fail to recognize that we're introducing legislation, again, that hurts us. Every single one of our districts, every single construction worker, every single construction CEO, of course they're in the industry to make money, but they're also in the industry to build and manufacture good products. And we're attacking the 90% that are coming out with good product. We have bad actors. We get that. Every single one of you get that. I get that. That is why we have law and order in this country. Take it to court. There is no contract that you can put forth towards me right now on this desk in this well that would dictate, hey, we built it. If it breaks, deal with it. It doesn't exist. And if you have to go through litigation and the process, that is what the country allows for. I would ask very, very stringently to all of you to talk to your people in your district, the people that build the houses. And if a company is bad at what they're doing, I guarantee you they're not going to last long. They're going to be buried in litigation in the court systems. They're going to be sued. That is how this works. I yield to Madam Parenti.
Rep. Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to my colleague. Let's be clear on the environment right now. Actually, you can't sue unless you're rich. If you're rich, you can sue because it costs so much to hire attorneys, and those attorney fees are not recoverable as part of this process. They are not recoverable as part of this process under Colorado law. So you have to go into the process knowing that you can afford to eat $10,000, $20,000, $25,000 in attorney fees to get your house fixed. That is not accessible justice. And that is exactly the issue that we are trying to address. Also, let's talk about the financial viability of the companies who are involved in this. The three companies that we have anecdotally identified as the worst actors, I will not name them, of course, had annual incomes in 2022 of $670 million, $4.5 billion and $6.5 billion. These companies can afford to build their houses right the first time. And when we speak about what the builders are saying themselves, let's hear what they have to say about the cost of these claims. We do not believe that the ultimate resolution of these claims or lawsuits will have a material adverse effect on our business or financial position. We do not believe that the ultimate resolution of any claims and lawsuits will have a material adverse effect on our consolidated financial position. Third company, we believe adequate provision for resolution of all claims and pending litigation has been made, and the disposition of these matters will not have a material adverse effect on our operations and liquidity or our financial condition. They are telling us themselves this is not a financial issue for them. This is not a financial issue for them. So colleagues, we would really just love and urge your support on this bill. Listen to your homeowners and make sure that when they do make that largest purchase, that largest investment that they have, that they know they're going to be able to continue living in it for a year, 2 years, 10 years down the road. Thank you.
Further discussion, Rep. Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And because you're the second one to go up, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, sir. Just to respond again, and I hate to draw this out, but I stand and have issue with any time we think that anything with the legal aspects of this country or within this state have anything to do whether you have $50 in your bank account or $1 million in your bank account. I have a problem with that. Now, to speak personally for just a minute, I didn't come from money in any way, shape, or form, lived in great poverty for many years. Everything in the company that I've built and the employees that I pay came from me and the work that I and people around me produced. That's a very important aspect that everyone else understands. I was not born in the United States with a 6,000 square foot house. Now, I want everyone to take that in for a second. I was not born into wealth, ever. I had to work for it. I had to sleepless nights, so on and so forth. We won't get further into it. The other comments I want to address here is these builders that we're being accused of having all this money employ people. Now, unless you employ people, you don't know what that takes. Literally, how much comes out of my paycheck to give people a job? Healthcare, dental, vision. This is an economy driver. It drives the economy. And all we're doing, in my opinion, in this room, is stopping it. Our builders, our construction, again, back to the core of this all, are not in favor. And I think that that's where we have a problem. And we should amend to at least get to the center line, which I was saying. No, monitor, yes. Come back to the center line. At least put people in a position that are experts and subject matter experts in the field. Bring them to a monitor position. But right now, as they currently stand, they are in opposition. And whether they were brought to the table or not, which I believe they were, I'm under the impression that this bill doesn't do justice for all the general issues we have in the state, which is attainable housing. Attainable housing is at the core of every single one of our communities. Talk about the rural-suburban divide. This is where it is. It's housing. And if we keep handcuffing our construction, we're not going to build anything. There's going to be no incentive, which leads me to the last point. How about we start incentivizing? Every single time I sit in the Finance Committee, we're talking about tax exemptions and fees and so on and so forth. How about we incentivize construction workers and builders within this state to build? Let's change the thought all the way through. Let's incentivize the construction of attainable housing in the state of Colorado. I think if we embrace that mentality in this state, you will see us coming much quicker to solutions to problems rather than putting literal handcuffs on the industry. The industry does not approve of this. And I would ask you all to follow the industry. And right now, they are not enjoying this bill. They are not in monitor position on this bill. They are not neutral on this bill. They look at this as another dig. And quite plain and simple, we can fix these problems, but change the mentality of incentivize good building. Incentivize not making a mistake. Reward our construction industry. Literally, that's all we have to do is change the mentality. We've gone from negative, we've gone from positive to negative, which is, hey, let's punish rather than give somebody a reward once they've finished something and they've done it well. I think that's a valued point that we should all take. Anytime any one of us are trying to do any pieces of legislation, every time I come in and try to do anything in this room, I literally try to make sure that there's a reward piecing at the end of it. And with this bill specifically, we're going after the industry that's already been under attack for many years. There is a way to legislate, and I'm a freshman compared to my colleagues here. But I don't think anything I'm saying they've not heard and understood. And I would ask, just for a moment, pull back a second. Give me an opportunity to put the HBA that came to Loveland.
Rep. Weinberg, let's make sure that we're talking about the bill. I've given you a lot of leeway, and that's great. But
Thank you.
Just make sure we're talking about the bill.
Believe it or not, it could. We could solve America's problems with one bill out of this chamber. We could. No more legislation. So to the bill. Very simply enough. You said no yelling from the crowd. Very, very simple. I would ask a favor from the bill sponsors. Pull back. Give me an opportunity to pull in the construction industry, the home builders, who I know a lot of and I'm very good with. Pull me into the stakeholder situation. Pull me into the discussion. And I think you're going to have something solid that will fix the problem for the state and maybe potentially be the model for the country.
Further discussion. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
I love that we are actually dialoguing. Nobody, okay. So just a few things. Because I hope we can kind of get back to the bill and be able to find some conclusions, particularly on the bill. I was chuckling on the side because I hear we have now taken the debate on this bill about literally how do we solve America. And what I mean is that we're having bigger conversations about the industry, whether it's incentive or not. I just want to remind us particularly to talk about the provisions in this bill. And I say that because I do think to talk about what it is that you're talking about will take more than what's in this bill. That is a bigger conversation. I also want to say that, we are always open. We have, this is the first chamber, this is second reading. We have a lot of opportunities, at least within the confines of these 100 days, 120 days, to consider these conversations, continue these conversations as well. I think what I'd like to share about it, though, if we are, so I am more than happy to reach out. I want to share with you maybe a shared understanding of the starting points, and then I'll get back to the bill. Okay. And so, no, don't go up there. It'll be really bad. I think, though, too, what we are recognizing is there is an industry, for all of us who had a chance to dabble in like our MBA school versus our MPA school, right? There's an industry that has an interest to shareholders and to earn, not interest, to earn dollars and profit. And then we have the consumer that is interested in their safety. And I think this conversation is actually wonderful economics, Well, this is a supply and demand conversation, but consumers still have to be in a place to where they can respond to industry, even if we're going to talk about incentive, The challenge is everybody wants shelter. And that is an advantage for industry, because there is a need for it, there's a want for it. But when we talk about the starting point of how can we build, because they're not building just to build. There are some builders who are building just to build, a few nonprofits, but building just to build to earn money and people looking for a home, we have to understand the starting point. So again, I want to reiterate, the homeowners want forever to be able to sue, and that's not what we're arguing about in this bill. And I'm sure builders would want to create an environment to where they don't have to put lawsuits on their expense sheets. I believe that, but we have to live in a world in which there is a middle. Because as much as we're talking about affordable and attainable housing, the realest of real talks, there are more homeowners and people who want to buy homes that vote than there are home builders in our districts. And these are the people who are talking to us. And we have to be able to say to them, when they ask, what can I do when my home fell apart? We have to answer that question. And I'm requesting that the answer to that question, and I'm stating that the answer to that question may not be solely in one camp's interest. And when we are going to talk about how people can recover and also fix their homes to stay in them and not walk away and not all of those things, what is our responsibility of things to put on the table? And that means sometimes as legislators, we cannot walk in the way one industry wants us to walk. And that's okay, because their people are there to advocate for them. Their board has fiduciary duties to prioritize profit. Other people have their own priorities, and someone has to walk in the middle. So while I am always open to figuring out how we can get closest, I also will recognize that cannot be we resign ourselves to one group's interests. And I've been on plenty of bills where plenty of people oppose. Nobody, right? But we have to be able to answer, and that's all I'm saying. We want to be able to answer to constituencies that are having very real problems. And all I'm asking us to do is understand what it takes to get there. So I hope we can also, maybe wrap up the discussion on this bill, because now we're talking about bigger things. Maybe we should talk about House Bill 1230. And so I'm asking us to come back to that discussion. That's my ask in the well. And I'm also saying that I'm sure many of our colleagues really want to have this conversation. And I can imagine we're doing it here because perhaps we haven't had them in rooms before. And that's okay too. But I'm going to ask now, if we come back to 1230, I will take you up on your offer if you recognize where the starting points are there, and if you can at least understand where we are trying to go. Because again, this bill was brought to us, and the provisions in it are the things we are trying to cure based off of what's happening. We have a community that is sinking. And we have people who came to say they're out of money. And they just want to know how we can get to a place. And interestingly, they don't want to leave their homes. They want to stay in it. So if we can center back on that, more than willing to do it. I know some people are going to go back and listen to what we talked about today. It was robust. I felt like I was back in Forensics League in high school with our Lincoln Douglas debate. And so,
To the bill.
Thank you.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. Okay.
Rep. Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll tell you honestly, I am going to commit to working with the bill sponsors as they have committed to working with me. This is one of the things that I appreciate, bringing up concerns, having them heard, having them addressed. I trust the bill sponsors will do whatever they can before this comes on thirds. As it stands right now on second readings, for obvious reasons, and excellent dialogue between the three of us, which I'm grateful for, I'm obviously a no. And with that being said, I do trust the fact that you will come and take me up on my offer to talk to my builders in my district, which is the city of Loveland. So, no. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to it.
Thank you. Seeing no further okay. Representative Evans.
I was waiting my turn. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, two things that I want to say just really quick on this. I appreciate the robust dialogue and the discussion that we've had here, but I still do have a couple of sticking points. It's been suggested this bill is about access. I think that this bill is broader about merely the access, and that's because of what's written on page 5 of the bill, to House Bill 1230 and not the problems of America in Colorado. Page 5 of House Bill 1230 is all about the what's the exact word here? Prejudgment interest, the prejudgment interest that happens in all of these spaces. If it was merely about access, then we would not be increasing and adding prejudgment interest to all of these cases. And that leads to the second point that I want to make. We've been talking a lot about the home builders. This is much broader than folks that are creating new construction. I got a list of 20 different entities here, not all of whom are in the construction industry, that oppose this. So it's not just the voices of one industry. There's 20 different major stakeholders representing a broad swath of our economy that are opposed to this. One of the other entities and industries that has some major play in this is insurance, because if you're going to build homes, if you're going to build new construction, these projects have to be insured. And when we are extending the statute of repose from 6 years to 10 years, guess what happens to insurance costs? They go up. When we are increasing or adding prejudgment liability, guess what happens to insurance costs? Those insurance costs goes up. And then those insurance costs either have to be covered by passing those costs on ultimately to the consumer, which drives up prices, or they have to be covered through some other way, or you just don't buy the insurance. And I think that is the ultimate concern, is if these projects cannot pass that cost on to the homeowners, the folks that want to buy a home, then we are going to see less new construction, which affects the availability of these products. And so the final point that I want to note here, we talked a little bit earlier about condominiums. That relates to House Bill 1230, because it's an example of what happens when these insurance costs go up. It costs 233% more to insure the construction of a condominium project in Colorado than it does a single-family home. It costs 4 times more per door to insure a townhouse project than it did 10 years ago. That is a direct result of increasing the costs associated with these projects, because that increases the insurance costs, and that is what we're discussing here with 1230. That is my major concern with this piece of legislation, is it is not just about access. It passes on costs to consumers, to insurers, by adding that prejudgment interest in there and by extending that statute of repose. And so for those reasons, I'm going to have to continue to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1230. All those in favor of House Bill 1230, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. House Bill 1230 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1285.
House Bill 1285 by Representatives Bradfield and Hamrick, also Senator Marchman, concerning preventing bullying in public schools based on student physical appearance.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1285.
To the bill. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We come before you today to discuss a pervasive issue affecting our youth, bullying based on physical appearance, specifically weight, height, or body size. House Bill 24-1285 seeks to address this by amending existing laws to explicitly include weight-based bullying within prohibited behaviors in our schools. Bullying remains a significant threat to our children's well-being, with weight-based bullying identified as one of the most common forms. Studies indicate that such bullying can lead to severe psychological and physical consequences.
Hang on just a second, Rep. Hamrick. Members, please keep your voices down. Please take your conversations off the floor. Please continue, Rep. Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Studies indicate that such bullying can lead to severe psychological and physical consequences, including depression, anxiety, and even increased risk of eating disorders. The stigma surrounding body size not only affects the victim's self-esteem and academic performance, but can also lead to isolation and physical health issues, such as increased blood pressure and other chronic illnesses as adults. House Bill 24-1285 aims to ensure a safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for all students, irrespective of their weight, height, or body size. By integrating weight-based bullying into the definition of prohibited behaviors, we are taking a stand against all forms of discrimination and promoting a culture of respect and acceptance. Research underscores the need for this bill. Weight-based victimization is more prevalent than bullying due to race, religion, or disability, significantly impacting victims' mental health and academic success. Studies also show that severely obese children are more likely to suffer from both verbal and physical victimization, highlighting the necessity of targeted intervention to protect these vulnerable groups. I urge and I vote.
Rep. Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is really quite simple. Under Colorado Revised Statute 22-32-109.1, we are adding into law body size as a protected class. Our hopes are that students will have a healthier, safer environment to pursue their education. This bill addresses the mental and physical health concerns that come with weight-based bullying, and a yes vote is a vote toward our kids' well-being in their schools. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move Amendment 002 to House Bill 1285 and have it displayed.
Thank you, Rep. Bradfield. Just give us a second. Thank you. It is displayed. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is intended to address all students, A-L-L, all students. And therefore, there's no need to have a carve-out for certain groups. We don't need to have groups of people that are protected. This bill protects all groups. So and the bill does ask on page 2 to strike lines 8 through 10, and then simply renumber the succeeding paragraphs accordingly.
Is there further, Representative Basenecker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I want to just be clear on what this amendment does and why I oppose it. This amendment removes lines 8 through 10 from the bill, and I think it's important to name specifically what is included in that language. It states that youth from Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color, as well as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender youth, are more likely to suffer from weight-based bullying. That's not a general sentiment. The bill actually references up on earlier on line 5 that this is according to research from the University of Connecticut. And it states very clearly in that research that youths who identify or are part of those demographics experience an incredibly disproportionate amount of bullying. And so I do agree that this bill is about serving all students, but we can't do that unless we are specific about the problems we are trying to solve and the students who are impacted as a result. I do not believe it is appropriate to erase Black, Indigenous, other communities of color, as well as lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender youth from this bill. Quite frankly, I think it's a point of pride that as a state we recognize a disproportionate amount of bullying, weight-based bullying, among those populations. And we have an obligation, I believe, as a state, if, as I believe, this body should truly serve all children in that capacity, to make sure that they are explicitly named. And so I object to this amendment, I request a no vote, and I would ask for a division at the appropriate time.
Minority Leader Puglisi, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in committee, and while I agree the problem is real, I'm not 100% sure this is the solution. However, I want to make the same comment that I made in committee, and that is I don't care for. I agree with my colleague from Fort Collins who said we shouldn't be erasing any of these children. My daughter is going through this right now, and we are dealing with it at home, and it's a prevalent problem amongst all children. And so saying that some of these kids shouldn't be erased, I actually agree with you. I also don't think my child should be erased because she doesn't fit into one of those categories. And weight-based bullying is a real problem. I think it's something that needs to be addressed, but saying that some kids are more important than my kid is just not okay with me, and for that, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The COAC students put this language in the bill for a very specific reason, to protect our most vulnerable. I urge a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I agree. We should protect all kids. So when you carve out for certain communities, then that puts other kids at risk. All kids should be included. We're not saying that kids should not be included. We're saying all kids should be included. And when we continue, I bet Black and brown kids would like to be included in this, but when you carve out for a specific minority group of people, then people like my kids that are getting bullied aren't nearly as important. We've got to stop doing this. We talk about this in committee all the time. Stop siloing kids, and that's exactly what we're doing when we continue to talk about one group of people. It's not right and it's not fair, and I stand against doing that continually in this chamber.
Representative Holtorf.
I promise, Mr. Chair, I won't mess up these notes too much here. I'm going to move some things around. This particular amendment is an important amendment and comes from a very sincere place. And I am going to vote yes on this amendment. I'm going to start with a question that says, or an inference that was made, that somehow by my colleague from Larimer County, that somehow this is erasing anything. This doesn't erase anything. That's an inference that has no basis, I believe, in fact. The question or the statement that is made here in this declaration that youth from Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color, I suppose that would be Hispanic or Latino or Latina. And yes, it's Latino and Latina. It's gender specific. And yes, other categories such as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender are more likely to suffer from weight-based bullying.
Hold on just a second, Holtorf. I'm going to ask the members to take their conversations off of the floor, please, and keep their voices down. Rep. Holtorf, please make sure that your comments are to the amendment, although I do appreciate the grammar lesson. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll give you the Spanish lesson. We'll all get the Spanish lesson in como escribir el idioma de mi nacimiento, que es rico en la historia de miles de años y no puede cambiar en este momento por algo de woke, que no vale donde yo vengo, de mi cultura, la verdad. Now, if you'd like me to translate, I will. But let's go back to this because we do want to talk to this amendment and we do want to talk to this language. And yes, language is rich and deep and full of history, which we should not erase either, but I'll get back to the amendment. Okay, this makes the claim that these individuals are more likely to suffer from weight-based bullying. You know, I'm not sure what's that's based in. I'm not sure the facts. I know you can hand me any article you want, but here's my point, ladies and gentlemen. Bullying is bullying. It doesn't matter your race, creed, nationality, color, where you're from, who you are, what your gender is. It doesn't matter. Let's stop bullying and address bullying for all, because no one wants to be bullied. My Christian children attending public school don't want to be bullied either. But they are. They are. Perhaps other kids get bullied. You know, when I was growing up in a rural community, the city kids and the country kids had a divide. We had our little micro rural urban divide. Was there bullying there? Did it matter your ethnicity? Actually, it was geographical bullying, but it's not named here. So we had to navigate our way through that. Country kids versus the city kids. Remember the book, Country Mouse, City Mouse? Okay, there's a difference. You need to embrace those differences, I agree. But the point is, this amendment washes away all these classifications. And I would argue to the bill sponsors, if you're going to put this in there, put everything. How about the weight-based bullying against a young white female who's 14 or 15 and grossly overweight? How about the bullying between a young black female who's 15 years and grossly overweight? Does it matter? Does it matter their ethnicity? Does it even matter their gender? Because you might have a young white boy or a young white girl or a young black boy that's grossly overweight. But in this ledge deck, we're actually going to begin to classify everything and every little thing we have. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. Because what about all the other categories and classifications that you are now ignoring? Are you giving preferential treatment to the ones you name in this ledge deck and ignoring the others? I argue yes, you absolutely are. Because you're not mentioning them. Why not mention them? Why not be respectful of everybody that falls into the weight-based bullying category? I think it's a real question that needs to be considered. So I would tell my colleagues they should be looking at this as a serious amendment, not just laughing it off as something funny or humorous, and take this amendment seriously. The bill sponsor, one of the prime sponsors on this bill, now hold on a second, I want to make a point here. Well, son of a gun. Prime sponsor, Chair, let's look at this. Look at this. Representative Brown, Mr. Chair, Bradfield is his prime sponsor, and Bradfield brings the amendment. That is very interesting and unique, ladies and gentlemen. Think about that. It doesn't happen like that very often. And yes, it has merit and should matter. It should not just get waved off and laughed off and cackled off as some humorous little quip. Thank you. I think I'm finished here, Mr. Chair. I'm going to stop my comments. I think I've made my point. And I think we should take a very hard look at this as we move forward in the work that we do in this chamber. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, a division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment Good. The question is the adoption of L002. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L002, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Or raise your hand and keep it raised. You may be seated. Amendment L002 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1285. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1285 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1341.
House Bill 1341 by Representatives Marvin and Wilford, concerning the state idling standard and in connection therewith authorizing a local government to enact a resolution or ordinance concerning idling that is at least as stringent as but not less stringent than the state standard.
Representative Marvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
This is my first bill on the floor. So I move House Bill 1341 and the Energy and Environment Committee report.
To the committee report.
Okay, now this part. Okay.
Representative Marvin.
Thank you. In the House Energy and Environment, we adopted one amendment to clarify that the exemptions that exist in state statute apply to any future local regulations, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Marvin.
Thank you. So this is a straightforward bill that came to us from our Regional Air Quality Commission control. It eliminates the local government preemption on regulating the idling of commercial diesel vehicles with a gross weight of 14,000 pounds or more. So think like mid-sized delivery trucks, tour buses, large box trucks, and anything larger. The air quality impacts of these types of vehicles idling in the Front Range non-attainment area is severe. Some cities and counties in Colorado may have more reasons to target commercial vehicle idling than others, and this bill will simply give them the ability to set stricter local regulations above the state floor of a 5-minute idling standard.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we continue to work with stakeholders and have continued to aim to be responsive, we are going to be bringing forward 2 minor changes today via amendment. With that, I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
No. Okay.
Give us 1 second. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is offered at the request of the Colorado Rural Electric Association to clarify that utility vehicles that provide critical services are exempt while performing the functions of their duties. We ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L002 is passed. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one more amendment. I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment clarifies that with the elimination of this preemption, the idling of commercial diesel vehicles with a gross weight of 14,000 pounds or more is a matter of both state and local mixed concern. We ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill, Representative Marvin.
Thank you. So idling is often unnecessary and it's bad for public health, it's bad for the climate, and it's financially wasteful. So we ask for your aye vote to give local governments another tool in their toolbox to build solutions that work for them.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1341? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for the bill sponsors. How is this to be enforced? Because I'm not clear on how that would work.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. It would be enforced by the local government that sets the higher standard.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we would presumably look at law enforcement to enforce this? Okay. It seems that when we have, and this is just my opinion, but it seems that when we are already stretched very thin when it comes to first responders, that this should be like not a big priority, especially given our rate of crime and other issues that we have in our communities. Just my opinion. You know, my good colleague from Loveland commented.
Members, please keep your voices down. Please move your conversations off of the floor. Representative Frizzell, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a lot to say. I've a lot more to say, but my good colleague from Loveland made the comment several weeks ago that hit home to me, and that is we were elected to do very important work here. We were elected to solve problems. We have very significant problems in our state, and he admonished us to be relevant. I do not find this bill to be relevant. It will simply fill space in another red book. I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Didn't mean to misgender you. I would absolutely disagree with my colleague. We have an ozone non-attainment problem that continues to be downgraded by the EPA. And so the idea that we would not give local governments absolutely every tool to have in their toolbox to be able to employ to improve our air quality just makes no sense to me. Addressing air quality is relevant, and I can't even find words because it just absolutely blows my mind that we wouldn't do something. We talk all the time about trusting our local governments and how local government does it better. And here is a bill in which we are giving local control. We are giving our local governments the opportunity to create a solution for themselves, and we're going to turn our nose up from it? That just doesn't make sense. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm all for local control. The emphasis here is on control. And, of course, propping up and creating more of the electrical cartel. That has absolutely no basis in science.
Representative DeGraff, make sure you're talking about idling standards, not cartels.
Yes, sir. We're talking about idling standards because this was a bill that was brought on the clean air standards, and it was brought in as a part of climate change. And I just want everybody to know what part of climate change this actually is. So what this bill reminds me of is the adage, if you bring me the man, I'll give you the crime. And you're going to turn, and we're looking at turning our police into little eco-cops, changing the rules from 5 minutes down to 3 minutes to 2 minutes to 1 minute. And for what? What is the benefit? What is the benefit? What is the cost? There's no indication as to any benefit. Now, I realize that this body is about as scientific as it is deliberative.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
Please keep your comments to the bill, not the personalities or the intent or the motivations of members of this chamber. Thank you.
I don't know why those things. All right. So, because we're looking at and we're saying that this is a benefit, I think it would be appropriate to break down what level of benefit this is in the clean air standards. And as the Colorado Energy Association, Energy Office has let me know, besides that there is no plan to achieve this, that the entirety of Colorado's net zero contribution would be 0.125 billion tons. 0.125 billion tons. That's the total of Colorado. So these idling standards are addressing a subfraction of that percentage. So what is 0.125 billion tons? Well, 0.125 billion tons out of 3,200 billion tons that are in the atmosphere is a little less than 40 parts in a million. So if you want to take a subfraction of 40 parts in a million and say that's what we're going to do, that's why we're going to turn the police loose on the citizens of Colorado. A subfraction of 40 parts in 1 million, because the nanny state has determined that 5 minutes idling your vehicle for whatever reason is going to melt down the planet. I think I'll stand on my previous point. So when you say it's bad for the environment, most of these things have a catalytic converter. They're required to have a catalytic converter, and that takes out.
Members, let's make sure we're giving the member speaking in the well the respect while he's speaking, and keeping our voices down and our conversations off the floor. Thank you.
So what I'd like for the sponsors to address is, and then the sponsor did mention the ozone again, and that was going to be $23 million per year to change maybe 2 parts per billion, according to the agency that was tasked to do it. 2 parts in a billion. 2 ozone molecules out of a billion. And the idea is to charge the citizens of Colorado $23 million per year for that attainment of 20. And the funny thing is that ozone breaks down greenhouse gas molecules like methane. So it actually breaks down those molecules in the sense of, during the time of neutralizing itself, or when it's dark, becoming unstable, or can be, since it is unstable, that it goes back to O2. So one thing that the sponsors haven't done is demonstrated a benefit, because the individual contribution to the greenhouse gas effect, no matter what you do, is less than 1 part in a trillion. 1 drop in 20 swimming pools worth of drops. So this is beyond, this has less basis, in fact, in science than a superstition. A superstition, at least, is based on something actually occurring. This is based purely on imagination. So I would like to know how, from the sponsor's standpoint, not in the sense of there's a philosophical difference between on how we feel about carbon dioxide, because that has absolutely nothing to do with it, because you're saying that this will have a benefit, and the decided benefit, mathematically speaking, is beyond a doubt, shadow of a doubt, a fact that it is less than 1 part in a trillion, or for the entire state, 40 parts in a million. I would like to know how that 40 parts in a million is going to benefit and what impact that's going to have. So if you say the issue is 4 degrees, what is 40 parts in a million of 4 degrees? And I realize that all these type laws give you the benefit of creating the totalitarian state where everybody's a criminal.
Representative DeGraff, this is not about systems of government. This is about idling standards. So please keep your comments to the idling standards.
So the idling standards are about the system of government, because what we're doing is we are, instead of supporting the rights of the individual, because the individual pays for the fuel in this case. So the individual has already a disincentive to leave their car running for any period of time. Whether that's in the morning, whether you want your car to cool down, whether you want your car to warm up. All a jurisdiction has to do is, and you could just turn somebody loose on this. It doesn't even have to be applied evenly. It could be applied specifically against an individual. This is a perfect type of law to weaponize against somebody on some sort of eco-crime. And you know what? The benefit globally is less than 40 parts in a million of the entire state going net zero. 1 part in a trillion for each individual. Mathematically, 100% a fact. Now, I don't expect the sponsors to address that, because they've avoided addressing it, and it will be considered a philosophical difference, and they'll mumble something about the IPCC.
Representative DeGraff, you have again implicated the personalities and the intent of the sponsors. If you continue to do this, I will ask you to leave the well.
Sir, I'm just precluding.
This is not a debate.
My question is, how will when you say that the climate is at risk and that this law solves part of the climate issue, I want to know mathematically how addressing less than 1 part in a trillion or 40 parts in a million for the entire state, how that specifically, and what is the climate goal that addresses? That's what I want to know. We're basing these laws, we are basing the continual restriction.
Representative DeGraff, we're going to put the committee into a brief recess. Thank you. The committee will come back to order. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify some of the rules of the House. We have a lot, and I would like to provide some background. We have a lot of bills that are coming up, and all of those bills address and they detract from, potentially, the liberty of the citizens of Colorado. And these rules, these laws, these continuous infringements of our liberty.
Members, please pause, Representative DeGraff. Members, just keep your voices down, please. It's getting too loud in here. We need to show the member speaking in the well with respect. Thank you.
These infringements of liberty of the citizens of Colorado have been repeatedly shown to have absolutely no scientific basis. And the funny thing is, for the people who are rolling their eyes at me right now, I've given you the opportunity to show me a scientific basis, and from the top of well, I shouldn't say that, because the governor is not the top of a legislature. The governor is just the executor of the will of the people who should be, and this body should be supporting the local government. So when it is stated as an unequivocal fact that this will improve our climate, I think it's a perfectly valid question to demand of the sponsors some sort of metric as to how this will improve the climate. Because carbon dioxide is not a pollutant, and its effect per person of your carbon footprint, or whatever you want to call it, is less than 1 part in a trillion. 1 part in a trillion is grossly exaggerated, but what's 1 part in a trillion among friends? So I would like the sponsor to specifically say, in terms of goals, because this is something I've been trying to nail down for several months, like what are our actual climate goals? And you know what? Nobody has an answer. There is no answer from the Energy Office. There is no answer from the Department of Natural Resources. There is no answer from the Governor's Office. So my question, when the sponsor says this is about our energy goals or our carbon goals, is what are the carbon goals? Because the carbon goals are being used as a climate goal, and nobody knows what the climate goals are or how carbon will achieve them. That is just a fact. Nobody knows. From the top of the eco-justice movement all the way down, nobody knows. And this type of legislation turns Coloradans into criminals for doing something that's completely innocuous based on a superstition.
Representative DeGraff, just another reminder, this is about local authority, it's not about criminality.
Well, we're talking about a law. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. If we're talking about a law that restricts the people of Colorado and turns them into a criminal for idling their car and having absolutely no impact, contradictory to what the sponsors are saying, I mean, statistically no impact, 0.0000001%, I mean, maybe you could just call that no impact. But what we're talking about is we're talking about turning Coloradans into criminals. climate criminals. So if we're going to talk about turning Coloradans living their lives into climate criminals, I think we have the right to ask what exactly this will achieve. Because we've already hit the 1.5 degree increase from the last ice age. That was called the tipping point. Nothing tipped. Now it's off to 4 degrees because that puts it 10 years in the future. This climate gullibility needs to be addressed. 1 part in a trillion, 40 parts in a million, whatever you want to go with, I want to know what it's going to achieve. Not just a matter of, well, everybody has to do their 40 millionth and then we'll get to 8 thousandths of a percent. What is it going to achieve for Colorado? Because we're talking about real money. We're talking about real lives. We're talking about really turning people into eco-criminals based on superstition. So I would like to know from the sponsors what exactly this will achieve in terms of temperature for the planet, since that is an actual climate goal.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We sat in committee for a long time. I think about 35 or 40 people testified on this, and there were some things that became very clear. This was not based on science, it's based upon junk science. There's no validity to this, and to answer the sponsor's question from earlier, yes, I do turn my nose up to this because this is not legitimate. This is a bad bill, it's just government overreach, it's not going to accomplish anything. But let me give you a philosophical question I'd like to ask in relationship to this. Because you have to turn your car off and you can't idle. Let me just pull a scenario out of the air. Let's say that you need to access your gun from your trunk because there's a locked box in your trunk and you're being attacked. Do you have to turn your car off first to make sure that it's not idling while you're being assaulted? I think that's a legitimate question because we don't believe in this junk science. It's silly, and this is a very, very bad bill.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what's interesting on this bill, as it's been said, this gives local control. So the Denver Metro Air Basin sits with a bunch of mountains to our west, some of them sitting over 50 of them at 14,000 feet. Kind of creates a bowl. There's a lot of places in the world that have the same problem. LA Air Basin, Kabul, Afghanistan. A lot of places that have this geographic environment like this due to the jet stream and mountains around and everything else have air quality problems. Stuff's been around for decades. Decades ago, there used to be a saying, the solution to pollution was dilution. Well, when you're stuck in an air basin like this, it's kind of hard for it to go anywhere. So if we're going to give municipalities, you can enforce it, and you over here, and you can make strict idling, yet when we sit here and commute on Interstate 25 and 70 and 76 and 470, and we're stuck in traffic idling because we have toll lanes versus flow traffic, that's contributing to the pollution. Yet if we could flow faster, then we could get to the point we'd have less idling vehicles. How can one community put in a law about idling that will not be affected or impacted by another community? It doesn't work that way. We all live in this air basin. Every day the air flows predominantly from west to east. Things are changed out here. Different counties are going to have their air flowing to other counties and other municipalities. This makes zero sense to say it's local control, that one county can do something for them that's not going to impact or be impacted by another county. That's ridiculous. We all live in the Denver Metro Air Basin sector, just like they do in the LA Air Basin. There's a lot of counties out there. DC, Philadelphia, I mean, there's a whole list of all your big city air basin areas. You can't implement one thing in one small area and expect it not to affect or be impacted by another area. Yet sitting out on the freeways, when we have accidents, you have emergency vehicles idling. And most of them run on sulfur fuel, diesel. Granted, most of it's low sulfur diesel. But until we have an alternate energy source that's going to fuel all of these things in a cost-effective manner and also longevity, telling a community you can do something and the other community can opt out in this air basin simply isn't going to work. So we're going to add more to the books when you've got local municipalities that are now going to have to look through something and spend more time, resources, and energy on looking at this and going, what can or can't we do? How are we going to be impacted? When they should be working on things that directly impact their constituents and their communities, not this kind of stuff that we're putting out up here. So I would urge a no vote on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This debate has been absolutely fascinating to me. I don't know if my colleagues are reading the same bill that I'm reading, but House Bill 1341 touches only commercial diesel vehicles. It says nothing, absolutely nothing, about personal vehicles. It says nothing about sitting in traffic or in tolls. None of that. So I don't know what bill our colleagues were reading, but it certainly was not 1341. My community is a disproportionately impacted community. We have terrible air quality. This bill is about giving our local governments another tool in the toolbox to improve our air quality. Now, I heard the question that had been asked to me by the representative from Douglas County, and frankly, I don't have an answer that will ever satisfy him. If you go and you ask the Colorado Energy Office, you ask other scientists, you ask your colleagues, you ask the governor what our climate goals are and what the climate science is, and you don't think you've gotten an answer, you should look at the common denominator there. There were not more than 5 people who testified on this bill in committee. There were not 35, there were not 40. Most of them were in support. There was one in an amend position, and we addressed his concerns. So I don't know about y'all, but I am not interested in junk science. I'm not interested in climate denial, and I, for one, will not be idle when it comes to cleaning up our air quality.
Representative DeGraff.
This is entertaining. I enjoy this greatly. It is not junk science. It has. I have the backing of the of PhDs from MIT and Princeton. From actual scientists who predict hurricanes and typhoons. This is not junk science. These are legitimate concerns. And since we're talking about diesels, going from 1 minute or going from 5 minutes down to 3 minutes, yeah, okay, so you have a bill where a lot of people come out of the woodwork to pontificate about their superstitions. We heard on one bill about somebody claiming that their cough was from ozone. We heard another one saying that the brown haze over Denver, which is caused from a temperature inversion, was from ozone, and ozone is blue. So what we're talking about is not junk science. We're talking about a series of validated statements that come to a mathematical conclusion that this government overreach will not accomplish anything. And in fact, and when you say that, like when you talk about stakeholders, most of Colorado doesn't even know what goes on here. They try to deny what goes on here because it's so disheartening. Everybody in this, just the number of vehicles, diesel vehicles, people are out living their life. And then you say, well, you have to shut it down, you have to shut your vehicle down if you think maybe it's going to be 5 minutes, or maybe 1 minute, or 3 minutes. And then you have the incomplete combustion of an engine that is starting up, which is probably more than if you just let it run and it was hot and it was going through a combustor. So this bill is junk science. So if you want to know what junk science is, this bill is junk science. You want to, fear-mongering is a good word, fear porn. This bill scientifically, mathematically, will achieve absolutely nothing. And I don't care whether it's local, gives local government the opportunity to be more restrictive on its people, it will achieve absolutely nothing. And our job in this body would also include protecting our citizens' rights. We should not be feeding them to the superstitions of local governments. And I have asked the Colorado Energy Office, I have asked the governor's office, I have asked every single person who signed on to the legislation and said we have scientifically based goals. You know what the scientifically based goals are? Does everybody know? The scientifically based goals are the words scientifically based. They're not stated. There is no statement. There is no relation, correlation, or causation between the climate goals that don't exist.
Representative DeGraff, just remember, we're talking about idling standards, not about goals. I appreciate there's a connection here, but let's keep it to the bill.
I appreciate your appreciating the connection. This bill on idling standards, I can't even imagine on any driver. They go running up to their house. They have to shut down their vehicle. That adds wear and tear to the truck. And for what? To give the eco-cops some reason that they can watch a truck and see if he goes over 3 minutes? Or 1 minute? It could be 1 minute. There's no downside. There's no limit to what these restrictions can be. 1 minute, 30 seconds. You get out of your car, you need to shut it off. You can't appease it. You can't appease your way out of this. These bills are things that come out of the roadmap, the carbon roadmap. It is a roadmap literally to nowhere. No one knows where it goes. It achieves nothing. Nobody knows where it goes. Not the sponsors, not the energy office, not the governor's office, not our eco-justice warriors, not anybody that signed on to those bills. Do they know where that carbon roadmap goes except for increased costs? I've been asking these questions for months. And so the sponsor is not unaware of these questions. I want to know what they will achieve. This bill is 100% junk science. Well, there's no science in it. There is no science in this bill. There is no basis for this bill. This bill is the epitome of the nanny state. So we need to vote no on this bill because obviously the sponsor has no idea what it will achieve. Nothing. So,
Representative DeGraff, please, yes. Representative Holtorf.
Try to do a little resetting here. No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Bill sponsors. I know that every Friday is a long Friday. We're just going to call them long Fridays from now on. And to my colleague from El Paso County, who is a mathematician and scientist, I do understand your demand for science and evidence-based scientific analysis. But to my Air Force colleague, I do want you to understand that the carbon and climate culture does not necessarily need to be grounded in science. From an ideological perspective, my dear friend and veteran and fellow pilot who demands for clear targeting, clear understanding of the systems that need to be applied to those targets so they can properly be addressed. These types of bills, they can't do that. I, like you, served as a military aviator and understand what threat assessment is and understand that you need to know what you're wanting to solve to identify the right systems, in our case, weapon systems, to address that solution on the battlefield using a military analogy. Let's walk it back to a climate analogy. When you don't know what that is, you don't know what to use to solve that, so you just try to use everything you can think of. Now, I really appreciate this local control mantra. We've been talking about it in this chamber for me for 5 years. But it's funny how in certain circles, when it's a solution set or something that people want on the Denver metro area, then they want local control, or the Boulder or the urban corridor, they want local control. But then with a larger issue, they want state control. They want supremacy. It's a hypocrisy of policy. I'm going to say that real slow. The hypocrisy of policy in the state of Colorado, because it isn't grounded in a certain policy set that is consistent. Now, to my colleague from El Paso County who searches for and wants to understand the climate calculations that are significant, my good friend, you will never find them in any policy, very few policies that are being promulgated at this time. For that, I apologize, because I too want to know. Now, I want to share something with my urban colleagues that you do need to understand. You see, I live out on the Eastern Plains where the air is fresh and clean. And, well, everybody's beautiful in the eyes of God, so just so we know that, to my colleague. We're all beautiful. But to get back to this point, we do have clean air, and actually the dirty air, do you know where it comes from? The Front Range. And it actually rolls down the South Platte River, the heart of my district.
Rep Holtorf,
So
I'm gonna
with
give you
this
some...
particular bill, I'm getting back to that,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. With this particular bill, you know, I don't understand local versus state, but we do have air standards, air quality standards. To my colleague who spoke previously, unfortunately, they're California air quality standards, and that state is completely in a different geographical configuration from our state. So really, you can't even use the same analysis or standard, but that's what this state and the governor's office has chosen to use as the standard. I would argue that we should have our own Colorado standard. We should define what that is, because Colorado is not California. It's Colorado. We're not Eastern California. We're Colorado. But this particular bill right here may help It may help, but it may not. Oh. So with that, I would like to do a little setting here to make sure we don't impugn characters. We don't ask things that sponsors cannot answer. It's not fair to ask them for that information when it's not available, even to the bill sponsors. So to my good colleague from El Paso County, you need to depart the IP and RTB.
Seeing no further discussion, oh, Representative DeGraff.
I just think it's always important, since we're not going to link this bill to science, that I would link it to history and our founding. This law is about taking each individual one by one into the powerful hands of government and molding him as it pleases. It is about the sovereign power extending its arms over society and covering the surface of society with a network of small, complicated, minute, and uniform rules. And you can't get more minute than 1 part in a trillion, which the most original minds and the most vigorous souls cannot break through or go beyond. These laws do not break wills, but soften them, bend them, direct them, and reduce them to being nothing more than a flock of timid and industrious animals of which the government is the shepherd. So there we have it. De Tocqueville called it. Obviously, he saw this law coming into regulating absolutely everything. Does it need a basis? Does it need any basis in fact? No. Will it help? No. There are no metrics for this. There is no point of whether this is, because if it's important, it's measured. That means there's a metric. And we don't have a metric for this, because when I've asked for metrics for this, the other answer that I got on metrics for bills like this is that we don't have metrics, nor would we know how to make them. So the agencies that I was told to ask, I have asked. They do not know. They do not know how to know. Yet, they will come to this body and they will give it, and they will impose more minute rules, spreading over the minds that the most vigorous souls cannot break. That's what this bill is about. It's not about solving anything with the climate, because if it was solving anything with the climate, the sponsors would have some metrics, they would know. They're just approaching this and saying, this will fix the problem. And when it doesn't fix the problem, then we're just going to make more rules and put them on top of these non-solutions so that we can continue to restrict the hydrocarbon industry based on their superstitions. The founders saw these type of laws coming. The most original of minds, the most vigorous souls cannot break through or go beyond, creating a nation of nothing more than a flock of timid and industrious animals for which the government is a shepherd. That is the purpose of this bill. If it wasn't the purpose of the bill, there'd be some scientific basis for it, other than just some appeal to authority of a government body that pays and harvests and gleans articles that support its position. This bill won't solve anything. Probably make things worse based on starting and stopping your engine as so frequently instead of leaving it at a hot point where it does more thorough combustion. But that doesn't matter, because somebody in the nanny state feels good about it. And that's all that matters, is the emotion of it. Doesn't matter the impact on the citizens, the nanny state feels good about it. And it's all about emotion. There is no science. The closest this thing gets to is science is garbage science. I recommend a no vote on this bill. Stop shackling the people of Colorado with your climate superstitions. 1 part in a trillion, 1 drop in 20 swimming pools of drops. 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of drops. That's why you're shackling the people of Colorado. It is obscene. It is malevolent. It needs to end.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is House Bill 1340, is the passage of House Bill 1341. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. 1341 is adopted. Ms. Riley, please read the title to Senate Bill 138.
Senate Bill 24-138 by Senator Simpson, also Representative Martinez, concerning the modification of the salary categorization of locally elected officers in specified counties.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 138 and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we added in 1 amendment into this, and we added in 2 counties, Fremont and Pitkin County, and we request an aye vote.
Madam Minority Leader. Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the question before us is the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a repeat from last year's bill. So really, we talk about local control in this space, and really, this is a product of that. So each county gets to set their own designation size and their different categories. The commissioners will go ahead and take a vote or a resolution on that, and then we have to ratify that as a General Assembly. So all of the counties that are on this list are counties that have already submitted those resolutions and being able to be public with that information and wanting to apply for their intent to move up or down on that scale in regards to this. This actually started with my own home county of Rio Grande County, and so they started that, and as usual, a lot of these other counties wanted to get on board with that. So we think that this is great, and we will be requesting an aye vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to really commend Representative Martinez for the work he did on this bill and really making sure that he stakeholdered it, but also making sure his local governments were open and transparent with their people about what their request was. I brought some concerns to him, and he jumped right on it to make sure that everybody was being open and transparent. So I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. Good bill, vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 138. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 138 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1151 until later today.
Seeing no objections, House Bill 1151 will be laid over until later today. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
The
Oh,
committee,
that was good. That
without
was
objection, the
much
committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1010 is amended, 1176 is amended, 1230, 1285, 1334 is amended, 1341 is amended, 1348 as amended. Passed on second reading or engrossed and placed on calendar for third reading final passage. Senate Bills 35 is amended, 138 is amended, and 148 passed on second reading order revised and placed on calendar for third reading final passage. House Bill 1151 is amended, laid over until March 22nd, 2024. House Bill 1175 laid over until March 35th, 2024.
Representative Brown? That is a proper motion. We have 5 amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Duran amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Duran moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report to House Bill 1151 dated February 28, 2024 did not pass and that the bill was laid over unamended until later in the day, March 22, 2024.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Members, to explain, the sponsor of 1151 had amendments to the Business Committee report, which did not get moved before we passed the committee report. This Cow amendment shows we did not pass the Business Committee report and instead laid the bill over till later today. This bill will be added back to our second special orders calendar this afternoon, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Ricks. Seeing
We're good.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Duran Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely, Representative Lindsay, how do you vote? Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote? We will come back to Representative Luck. Representatives Bradfield, Evans, Joseph, Luck, Puglisi, and Story, please vote. Representative Luck, are you back with us yet? Representative Luck is excused. Representative Joseph is excused. Please close. Oh, is that Representative Luck?
Yes, I couldn't unmute. The system wouldn't let me.
Okay, Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 9 excused, the Duran Amendment is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the Armagost Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment, L17 to House Bill 1348, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1348 as amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the Armagost Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask it to be properly displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So again, on this one, just that if we're going to be including closed hard-sided containers in cases in a vehicle, we should be excluding the specificity of that and just be able to include consoles and glove compartments as well. So these are closable and lockable containers in a vehicle. We should have kept that in there. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Garcia.
Members, I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Armagost Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 15 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 9 excused, the Armagost amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Bottoms amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Bottoms Amendment L30 to House Bill 1348 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1348 is amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
I move the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Ask it to be displayed.
Please proceed.
I do strongly believe in this amendment. El Paso County understands their constitutional rights. They understand the Second Amendment. They understand that this is not constitutional, and they would like to be exempt from this unconstitutional control from the state over their firearms and their vehicle. And so I ask for an aye vote to exempt El Paso County.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much. We ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Bottoms Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Members participating remotely, Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representatives Hernandez, Leader, Mabry, and Winter, please vote. Please close the machine. With 15 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 9 excused, the Bottoms Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the DeGraff Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L19 to House Bill 1348 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1348 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move H004 to House Bill 1348 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just to request that we move this to a petition clause. This is not an emergency. This is not, this is instead of just violating our Second Amendment, then this is going into violating our First Amendment. So I'd ask that the right of the citizens to redress grievances with the state would not be violated by the safety clause because it is unnecessary.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Clearly, gun theft is a public safety issue and deserves a safety clause, so please vote no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 18 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 8 excused, the DeGraff Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Frizzell Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Frizzell moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment L32 to House Bill 1348 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1348 is amended passed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I would like to move H003, the Frizzell Amendment, to the report of the Committee of the Whole, and ask that it be properly displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I really want to assure members in this chamber that this amendment, which exempts the good county of Douglas from this bill, I want to assure you that this is not a frivolous one. I am serious as a heart attack when it comes to the Second Amendment rights of my constituents. I have got to ask, what are we really trying to accomplish with this bill? Are we trying to prevent the theft of guns from vehicles? If so, the problem isn't that I'm keeping my firearm in my glove box, it's that criminals are not held accountable for their actions and because of that feel emboldened to commit property crimes and worse. Are we running this bill because we think that criminals are actually going to comply? Are they going to lock up their firearms? Or does this only apply to law-abiding citizens? It seems like an entirely different problem that needs to be solved. What we are most certainly doing here is putting forth legislation that will increase the cost of gun ownership, prevent fast access to a firearm in an emergency situation, and infringe on a law-abiding citizen's Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. This is another example of the state, our state, inserting itself between our citizens and their constitutional rights. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and members, we ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Frizzell Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 15 aye votes, 42 no votes, and 8 excused, the Frizzell Amendment is lost. That was our last amendment. The question now before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representatives Holtorf and Vigil, please vote. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 16 no votes, and 8 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the following bills be made special orders on Friday, March 22nd, 2024 at 3:11 p.m. Listen up, members. House Bill 1244, House Bill 1151, Senate Bill 99, House Bill 1254, House Bill 1005, Senate Bill 17, Senate Bill 87, House Bill 1278, Senate Bill 56, Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 21, and Senate Bill 71.
If there is no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Friday, March 22nd at 3:11 p.m. Representative Brown. Seeing no objection, the House will now proceed into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
Beautiful. And here's the, yeah.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1244.
House Bill 1244 by Representatives Winter and Snyder, also Senators Michelson, Janae, and Gardner, concerning the circumstances under which an autopsy report prepared in connection with the death of a minor may be released to certain parties.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1244 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Judiciary, we did take an amendment that came to us from CDPHE. It delineated what particular programs they have that mandates the disclosure of a minor's autopsy. So we took that amendment, and with that, I would ask for a yes vote on the Judiciary Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Herod.
Yes, that is my name. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the process of the committee conversation, there was a lot of conversation about how we can investigate deaths that were happened within the custody of the state when a lot of these kids are unnamed, unknown, or not cared about. And so we worked together with the bill sponsors and with the proponents of the bill to come up with an amendment to the bill that would say if someone died within the custody of the state, that the autopsy would be released and made public. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a friendly amendment. I want to thank Representative Herod and Representative Bacon for working with us to get this language just right. It makes it a better bill, and I would also ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor of L009, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Snyder.
Mr. Chair, I move L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an amendment that's been requested by the Attorney General's office, and it just makes sure that a defendant who's able to discover that minor autopsy report can't share that or disclose that publicly. So I would ask for a yes vote on L007.
Is there further discussion on L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L007 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Winter. Assistant Minority Leader Winter. My apologies, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We worked really hard over the summer to get to this position. You all know how much I love the Constitution. I think we truly struck a balance where we still allowed for the First Amendment right to free press as well as protecting these families. If you guys wouldn't mind giving me a second. We really worked hard because this bill was important to Rep. Snyder and I. And I want to read an email that Courtney Whitelaw sent to us. My name is Courtney Whitelaw. I am the mother to Riley Whitelaw, 17, of Colorado Springs. Riley was murdered on June 11, 2022. You may remember me from 2023 as part of Senate Bill 2375, deletion of child's name from criminal justice records, Riley's Raw. While I was relieved that this bill passed and is now law, I realized the work was not done, as autopsies are not included as part of criminal justice records. I am in support of House Bill 24-1244 minor autopsy release requirements. 2 months after Riley's death, her autopsy was released. The blow was significant when I learned individuals, strangers with no relation to Riley, our family, or anyone involved with the case, had already requested her autopsy report, just by making a public records request, even though she's a child. I could have never imagined this existed, that anyone could have access to something so private and horrific. It forced me to learn details before I was ever ready. I had barely begun grieving Riley's loss and was faced with doing it in tandem with the public. I was powerless to protect Riley's privacy and dignity, nor could I protect her family, friends, and teachers from learning the information only days after her autopsy's release. I felt compelled to protect Riley's community as best I could before they were blindsided by headlines in print, TV, news, websites, and on the internet via podcasts, TikToks, YouTube videos, and other social media sites and platforms. I alerted parents of her friends and the principal of her high school in an effort to have additional support in place for the children. Inevitably, many learned facts they never wanted to know, and without searching for this information. Some of Riley's friends, teachers, and administrators alongside me have bravely testified to their experiences, most recently in the House Judiciary Committee. House Bill 24-1244 protects the child, their family, and friends from being re-victimized and gives them privacy and dignity they deserve. This bill still allows for basic information about a child's death to be released and includes a way for anyone to petition the district court to obtain the full autopsy. Help protect children, their families, and friends by supporting this bill and spare others the extra anguish we were not afforded. Thank you for your service to the state of Colorado. Courtney Whitelaw, Riley's mom. With that, I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1244. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. House Bill 1244 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1151.
House Bill 1151 by Representative Ricks concerning prohibiting certain consumer transactions that do not include all mandatory charges.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1151 and the Business and Labor Report.
To the committee report.
I also have to move an amendment, and I ask that it be displayed. I move L009 to the business report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative. Just give us 1 second. It is displayed. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. L9 is an amendment that is going to add knowingly or recklessly into the bill. So a company needs to knowingly or recklessly not disclose information that is mandatory and non-discretionary in order to be liable under this portion of the law. This amendment also inserts some clarification around establishments that serve alcohol and a movie theater, and also for restaurants. We're also looking to add in here business disposal of a license in here. So these are a few clarifications that are being added to the bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L009. All those in favor of L009, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L009 is adopted. Representative Ricks.
I move L001 to the Business and Labor Report and ask that it be displayed. No? L11 to the Business Report, and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Rep. Ricks. It is displayed. Please proceed.
This amendment adds exemptions and clarifications around financial institutions and federally regulated entities, specifically for companies that are covered under the Federal Truth in Lending Act, that are covered under Federal Electronic Fund Transfer Act, the Federal Reserve Act, the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, Home Ownership and Equity Protection Act, and the Colorado Securities Act. I ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L011, The question before us is L011. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report.
So in the committee, we passed the bill, and I asked for that to be adopted? Or do I-
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
So this bill.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, 1151, requires companies to disclose their mandatory and non-discretionary fees. They are defined as fees a consumer will pay no matter what the product, good, or service they choose. Consumers are increasingly running into these fees after they've already selected something to buy. When they're checking out, they have many different names. You probably have seen a service fee, environmental fee, resort fee, an administrative fee, processing fee, or convenience fee. Again, these fees do not depend on the customer's purchase. It's a $20 fee, whether you pick the blue or the black one, or maybe the basic premium one, or add or decline the extended warranty. If you advertise that as something as $29.99, but you have a $20 fee that has to be paid no matter what they choose, your price is really $49.99. And that should be disclosed when you advertise. Recently, I booked a hotel in Vegas, and it was on Expedia. And out there, the price looked great. It was a hotel on the Strip. It's like, oh, wow, I'm getting a good deal. When I got to the actual resort, or to the hotel and give them my credit card, they charged me a resort fee, which was over $240. Had I known that, I would have probably selected something else because I needed to factor in $240 into the total price, which was not advertised or disclosed to me at the time when I made the purchase. For some of you, you may have experienced that yourself, maybe buying sports tickets where they charge a processing fee at the end or some type of service fee. So what we're asking is that any good service or product that is sold here in Colorado, as long as it's advertised, must show the full price and not do something that is not transparent, and that is what this bill is all about. In this bill, we have made some exemptions for taxes and government fees, which can be added to product or services, for example, postage or carriage, shipping charges. And then there are certain industries that have federal preemption requirements, like the airlines, banks, and some financial institutions like credit unions and savings and loans and broadband internet. So we're bringing an amendment that has clarified these things. Around the restaurants, the bars, the craft breweries, we have made some clarification on how they need to advertise their fees. And in other places where they disclose, like on the tabletop or countertop, the displays are sufficient. We added the movie theaters and the restaurants and bars. Also, power sports and motor vehicles, so long as Colorado's current rules around disclosure that are currently in place stay in place. Following them is sufficient. We made a technical change at the request of the Department of Revenue to ensure that power sports clarification is written accurately. All of the enforcement on this bill would be done by the Attorney General's office, and this is where unfair and deceptive practices live right now. That's where that statute is. Additionally, we've added reckless and knowing to the definition of mandatory and discretionary to make it clear that these fees are things that companies should know about. So if they know about it and they don't disclose it, then they are at fault. We've had a lot of stakeholding that we did. We've worked with many, many different industries, and the truth is that everybody wanted to be exempted. But we really do believe that disclosure and transparency in Colorado is important, and so that's why we've brought this bill. Overall, I think it's a great bill, and I am asking for your yes vote today.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in hearing this in committee, the discussion on this bill in particular was in opposition. This is another one of those things where it's a solution looking for a problem. If you're a buyer, you're looking into these entities. First of all, there were so many exclusions from this. Why are we even bringing it forward? It's in committee and even now, we're excluding all of these different businesses and entities because people need to know that buyer beware when you're looking at something. There's probably, I get online and look for something, I'm shopping for something, I don't care what it is, hotel, airline, whatever. An advertised price is a marketing attempt. So how somebody markets, that's up to the business. That's not for the government to decide how businesses market their product. If they're marketing a product, you can assume there's going to be fees. When you go all the way up to checkout, you're going to know what the fees are. This is not something we need to legislate. This is something that buyer beware, you need to know what you're getting into when you're purchasing a product or purchasing from an entity. So I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get that everybody wanted to be exempt. All mandatory, non-discretionary fees or charges. But I'm a little concerned on why taxes and fees imposed by the government. I think that one should be one that is that should be in there most definitely. I think people should be aware, if anything, people should be aware of the taxes and fees that are imposed by the government because those are non-discretionary. So for this body to impose these fees on our constituents, on Coloradans, and then to say that we're going to allow those to be hidden so that people don't really know what the government has. I'm just wondering who from the government asked for these taxes and fees imposed by the government transaction to be hidden. That's the opposite. That's the exact opposite of transparency.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1151. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. 1151 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 99.
Senate Bill 99 by Senators Pelton, R. and Marchman, also Representatives Winter and McLaughlin, concerning Public Employees Retirement Association limitations on employment after retirement for a service retiree employed by a rural school.
Representative Winter? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for Senate Bill 21 and Senate Bill 71.
Seeing no objections, the committee will proceed out of order for Senate Bill 21 and Senate Bill 71. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 21.
Senate Bill 21 by Senators Rich and Exum, also Representative Soper, concerning exempting certain small communities from certain requirements of the Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 21, and there's no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, this is one of the most exciting bills you'll hear all session. There was a gap that occurred in the law from July 1992, and it ended in July 1998. With this, under the Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act, there was an exception for 10 units to apply to not have to have so many different regulatory component parts, but then we moved it up to 20 units starting in July 1998. I have a constituent in Glade Park who incorporated in August of 1992, or in this window. There are 18 units. There's about 50-acre lots apiece. And really this is to solve their problem, which is they would like the ability just to collect a $400 fee to maintain roads. And by being able to clear up this gap in time so that it's 20 units that fall under the exception of the Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act, would be very grateful. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 21. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the bill is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 71.
Senate Bill 71 by Senators Fenberg and Rich, also Representatives Mobley and Soper, concerning including seasonal outdoor adventure day camp programs and the definition of children's resident camps.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I move Senate Bill 71, and there's no committee report.
Excellent. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, while we're on a roll of really cleaning up the statutes and doing great work, this is one that concerns summer camps or adventure day camps, to be more specific, and really distinguishing that they're not child care facilities. I know if you think about it, you shouldn't really have an overlap, but the way the law evolved, it got to where the regulatory side was exactly the same. And we would like to be able to clarify this so that summer adventure day camps are treated differently so that you have an appropriate level of training for the staff. After all, the staff is seasonal, unlike a child care facility that's year-round. They also have different dynamics at play. Think of your favorite adventure day camp. That's far different than a child care facility. Both will continue to have licensing programs under similar regulations, but this does start to make sure that we have the appropriate regulation for the appropriate entities. We're also changing it so that 5 years old and up can be part of adventure day camps and that they are safely involved. Ask for a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I spent quite a bit of time this summer with my colleague from Louisville going to adventure day camps.
Oh, fun.
And we had a lot of fun. And we went canoeing, and we went for a little bit of hiking, and we saw some really incredible, great work that was being done by these camps. And bringing people from all over the state, people who wouldn't have the opportunity to get out in nature without these camps. And so we want to do everything we can to facilitate them doing well and being able to accommodate all kinds of kids. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 71? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 71. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 71 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 99.
Senate Bill 99 by Senators Pelton R. and Marchman, also Representatives Winter and McLaughlin, concerning Public Employees Retirement Association limitations on employment after retirement for a service retiree employed by a rural school.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 99 and the committee to report.
To the Education Committee report,
The
Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, we had 3 amendments that my very delightful co-prime sponsor will
Representative Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you. So our first amendment, all it did was Para requested this amendment. Its goal is to align the reporting dates for Para. The second amendment we ran, Para requested a conforming amendment to make sure reporting deadlines are aligned with House Bill 1044. And then the amendment that followed actually added the language that replaces it and makes it all good and happy.
Is there any further discussion on the Good and Happy Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Good and Happy Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. We have about 147 rural districts in Colorado with fewer than 6,500 students in K-12. And for some, that's really small. Those rural schools struggle to find superintendents and principals for many reasons. The extra work duties, lack of not just affordable housing, but all housing, distance from urban centers, or lack of spouse or partner jobs, among many. The situation is critical. Senate Bill 99 amends a bill I worked on for many years. I started 8 years ago adding on to this, and we are just adding on to that bill. And this offers teachers, bus drivers, food service cooks, nurses, and paraprofessionals to a list of school employees who have retired with para benefits And after they have retired and leave for 2 years, they can come back to work in a school district without hurting their para benefits. They will be paying into para, the schools will pay into para, so para is not hurt in the process, but we get good employees back in, and this just adds superintendents and principals to that list.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be on this bill with my co-prime. I mean, she carried the torch on this, and hopefully I can keep carrying this torch as we go forward. This is very important for the rural schools in my district. There's actually a lot of my schools on the list, and she is correct. It's really hard in rural Colorado to get teachers. We're one of the most underserved communities in the state when it comes to these things, and this will really help us bring people back that are willing to step in the fray and help us educate our children and get us over the hump until we can bring other people within the districts. So thank you very much for helping me out on this. Appreciate you. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 99? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is very important for rural Colorado. We are having a very difficult time now with staff, faculty, administrators in these rural schools, and this is going to bridge that gap so we can continue to have those who want to serve, and not be penalized within their para retirement plan. So please vote yes.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 99? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 99. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1254.
House Bill 1254 by Representatives Hamrick and Bradley, also Senator Smallwood, concerning the continuation of the regulation of non-transplant tissue banks and in connection therewith, implementing recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1254 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We added Amendment L007 to House Bill 1054. What it does is it introduces a specific language, changes for clarity and procedural accuracy, including the substitution of to with for in several instances for correct terminology, modifying the context for rural promulgation to align with specific statutory requirements, and specifying that individuals involved in the rulemaking notification process are those registered with the department. Additionally, it corrects a punctuation error to ensure legislative intent is accurately conveyed. These changes refine the bill's language for better understanding and procedural compliance, and that is the Appropriations report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Human Services report, Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Amendment L001, we move to House Bill 1254. What that does is require the non-transplant tissue banks to maintain updated information with the director for 3 years after their registration ends. It also mandates that before the director enacts any rules, they must consult with industry professionals and consumer groups. Essentially, this amendment is about enhancing transparency, accountability, and ensuring regulations are crafted with comprehensive insights.
Representative Hamrick.
We also amended L002 to House Bill 1254, which adds a new section with limiting language to conform with the new language in disclosure section. This limiting language codifies current regulation of allowing NTDBs to compensate funeral homes for storage, transport, and other reasonable expenses.
We also have Amendment L003 to House Bill 1254. This amendment repeals the language in SB 18-234 of not allowing more than a 10% business interest between a funeral home and a non-transplant tissue bank and vice versa. This is to allow for the continual regulation of NTTBs without an overlap with funeral homes. The funeral home regulation sunset is also this year and will also clarify this language.
Representative Hamrick.
And the last amendment, L004, which was added to House Bill 1254, adds language to the disclosure section 1254-5-105 CRS to ensure that with continued regulation of NTTBs, potential donors have full informed consent that donating to NTDBs is not the same as being an organ and tissue donor, and that the corpse may be sold and used for purposes other than medical research.
Representative Bradley.
So what House Bill 1254 continues the regulation of non-transplant tissue banks in Colorado for 9 years and grants the director rulemaking authority to continue to regulate this industry in Colorado, which is in line with the 2023 Sunset Report.
Let's move the Health and Human Services Committee report. So the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I personally wanted to hear a little bit more in depth about the amendments, but we can skip to the bill, please. Representative Hamrick.
Madam Chairs, today we stand before you to present House Bill 24-1254, Sunset Regulation of Non-Transplant Tissue Banks, a critical piece of legislation aimed at continuing a regulatory framework for non-transplant tissue banks in Colorado. This bill allows the continuation of enhancing public health and safety in our state, and we also want to thank the good representative from Delta for his amazing support and assistance. As the Sunset Review fact sheet points out, regulation of non-tissue transport banks, or NTDBs, began as a result of a Colorado funeral home and crematorium selling human remains without permission and returning non-human remains to families. SB 18234 was passed creating the oversight mechanism for NTDBs. The report goes on to say that the regulation of NTDBs helps to provide a minimal assurance that when people donate their bodies or those of loved ones to science, the intent will be complied with. Since the program was created, 3 complaints have been lodged against NTDBs, yet no disciplinary action has been taken, including human remains were stolen from a courier's vehicle when the remains were left in an unattended vehicle overnight and they were never recovered. A family demanded the return of their loved one's remains, but the NTDB had gone out of business. So there were no records of the deceased and the remains were never recovered. And there are horrific reports of the mishandling of bodies of loved ones, including bodies being dismembered and sold without the knowledge or consent of survivors, and survivors being given what they thought were their loved ones' remains, only to discover animal DNA or cement-like substances, and at least 3 examples of bodies being piled up and abandoned. Many of us have received pleading emails from those loved ones whose loved ones' bodies were mishandled and lost, wanting us to fix the system so that others don't have to experience such grief and loss. I'm going to read a bit from Ash G.
One moment, please. Representative Hamrick, we need to go into recess. A recess has been called. Committee will come back to order. Representative.
Members, thank you,
Majority
Madam
Leader
Chair.
Duran.
And members, can I just have your attention for a moment? Most of you probably have just gotten a robocall or a message on your phone, and I just want to reinforce the fact that we have it. We're locking everything down on this side. It says, due to a dangerous situation, we are locking down the Capitol. There is no entering or exiting. So seek secure shelter, lock up if able, and await instructions. So we're just asking everyone to stay within the chamber for right now, and then we will keep you posted as things move along. Thank you.
Committee, we will resume addressing House Bill 1254, Representatives Hamrick and Bradley. Representative Hamrick.
How do we go back? All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. All of you received an email on February 16th that was sent about this concern from Ash G. And I just want to read some of her concerns into the record to remind you why we're here today. Dear honorable Colorado legislators, my big sister, Alexandra Alla Gilstrap, had a long and horrific battle with breast cancer. She didn't have a lot of choices that she was allowed to make.
Thank you.
After a diagnosis of stage 4 metastatic cancer in her early 20s. Prior to that, she had volunteered for missionary trips to Colombia, helped her church clean homes for the elderly, and all around tried to be the best person she could be in this life. The world was full of options, and all she wanted to do was help people, become a pediatrician, and hopefully become a mother. Allie had to sign away her right for any sort of future. She knew she was going to die, and she knew her health was no longer something that was in her control. The cancer, chemo, and other medications took over her insides and eventually outsides. One of the few choices she had left available to her was how her body would be handled after she lost her battle. She worked with a local tissue bank to prepare what was going to happen to her body, and it was the last choice she was in control of in her lifetime. Those who handled her body abused it. She suffered so much at the end of her life, and to know her body was left in such a state is absolutely devastating. These people she trusted to cremate her properly did not, and her body should not have been left to rot among the piles of body since her death on January 31st, 2020. It wasn't until her body was identified 4 years later that her sister realized what had happened. She had to fight tooth and nail to die in the way she felt was meant to be, and she put her faith in God and all the people and entities involved to, at the very least, give her some dignity in the end. This is why we're bringing this bill.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. The necessity of this bill cannot be overstated. As non-transplant tissue banks grow in number, the absence of comprehensive regulation poses risks to our constituents. Our objective is clear: to safeguard the health and well-being of Coloradans and the sacred deceased that they are trying to protect by ensuring these entities adhere to the highest standards of practice.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this bill. This is one that I've been dealing with this situation all 6 years that I've served here in the House of Representatives. The case started at Sunset Mesa, and the two owners of that case in January of 2023 were sentenced in a federal court in Grand Junction, Colorado to 20 and 15 years respectively for mail fraud. However, that's because we don't have a federal law on point for making it a crime to sell bodies. What was happening was over a 6 to 8 year period, these two ladies sold over 800 bodies, most of those going to foreign buyers, and very few were going to medical research. Mostly they were going to foreign militaries and foreign collectors. The response of the General Assembly at that time in 2018 was to pass a bill to regulate non-transplant tissue banks and to not have an overlap of more than 10% ownership. What we have learned since then is that it only takes two people, one to have a 90% ownership in one and a 10% ownership in another, and vice versa, to be able to continue a criminal enterprise. It's a very dangerous situation when you're donating your body because we don't want Coloradans to make money off of their own death. We don't want to reward suicide or any other thing like murder. But then you have your funeral director being able to profit from the sale of the body. And that's why it's so important what the sponsors did in this bill, and I can't thank them enough for being able to unhitch that and then to add more disclosures so that before someone is donating their body for non-medical purposes, that it could go to a collector, it could go to a foreign military, and that Coloradans have full disclosure of what could happen to their bodies after death so that they are making an informed decision in life with what happens to their body after death. Members, I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1254? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1254. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1254 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Degree Kennedy and Ortiz, also Senators Roberts and Fields, concerning contract requirements between primary care providers and other healthcare organizations.
Representative Kennedy. Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1005 and the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L8 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical cleanup amendment. We had a conversation after the amendments that were made in the Health and Human Services Committee with stakeholders, and this was intended to just clarify and clean up some of the things from that amendment. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L008 to the committee report for 1005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the House. The committee report was a strike below, so it pretty substantially altered some of the things from the original bill. The original bill was seeking to do a few different things, all dealing with relationships between primary care providers and different healthcare organizations. As amended, this bill is primarily about non-compete agreements and limitations on the damages in those non-compete agreements between primary care providers and their employers. So we ask for your support on the committee report, and then we're happy to get into more of a discussion on the bill.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill was significantly stakeholdered, and I'm really proud of what we worked it down to. I think trying to eliminate some of the non-competes supports a free market where we can get more options for our healthcare, which is going to make healthcare cheaper. Super supportive of this work, and I want to appreciate my co-prime for all his work on it. Vote yes.
The question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, or did we do the bill? I think we did. To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, we heard this bill in the Health and Human Services Committee. Initially, this bill was trying to accomplish a significant amount and significant changes. It had to have a strike below because it was so far-reaching. Also, numerous, multiple amendments to try to correct a lot of issues with the bill. The non-compete, there is some value in that, but the one thing that is concerning is what the impact will be in the healthcare space between primary care providers and those that have to manage, and also the insurance carriers. We're concerned because insurance carriers are leaving the market. Colorado has a lot of regulations and changes as we meddle in that market. And the other concern that my colleagues and I had was the fiscal note. Starts out with over $400,000 appropriation, and every year after that it's going to be $250,000 appropriation within DORA. As we grow the cost of government, and particularly health care. So we saw issues with this, and those issues were not resolved in committee. I don't think they're resolved now. So I know in committee we were no, and will probably continue to be a no.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1005 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 17.
Senate Bill 17 by Senators Lundin and Bridges, also Representatives McLaughlin and Puglisi, concerning the distribution amounts made by the state to a school district during the budget year that comprise the state's share of a school's district's total program.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 24-17 and the education report.
No committee report, just to the bill. To the bill.
I'll keep trying. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is basically a very simple bill. It allows the state to distribute the share of the school district's total program funding in less than 12 equal monthly payments in order for them to budget accordingly and be able to plan if they've got needs that that don't have to come in the 12 equal shares. They can come in anywhere to 9 months to the 12. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, right now, property taxes are only paid in March, May, and June, and state payments are made on 12 months a year. So for 3 months a year, school districts have a lot more money than they need at that time, and then they're short for the other 9 months. So this just spreads it out so that every month is fairly equal. It doesn't increase the funding. There's no fiscal note with it. It's just same amount of money spread over 12 months instead of 9 and 3 months. And we ask for your support.
Is there any
We
further
like this
discussion
bill.
on Senate Bill 17? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 17 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 87.
Senate Bill 87 by Senators Mullica and Will, also Representatives Doherty and Bradfield, concerning the provision of a facility-provided topical medication to a patient for the continuity of the patient's treatment after a surgical procedure.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We come before you to
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Senate Bill 87 and the committee report.
To the committee report, Representative Doherty.
Thank you. In committee, we ran a technical amendment to move the reference of some specific terms to the correct titles. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the, hold on. We think the amendment is. Representative Doherty.
I have an amendment to the committee report. I move amendment L009.
Good catch. Thanks. That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Doherty.
Thank you. This is just a technical amendment that we worked with on the department. I urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment Number 9 to Senate Bill 87's Health and Human Services Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the Health and Human Services Report.
We urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee Report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. This bill will allow certain nearly unused medications to be sent home with patients upon discharge when required for continued treatment. More simply, this bill allows patients to leave their appointment with medications that they or their health plan have already paid for. Imagine you are at the eye doctor. At the end of the appointment, your eye doctor opens a new bottle of eye drops and puts some in your eyes. By standard practice, your doctor must discard the rest of the bottle, even after only using 2 to 3 drops. Then he writes you a prescription for the same eye drops he used during your appointment. This bill will ensure that you can take the used eye drops home instead of paying for a new prescription. Makes sense, doesn't it? Go ahead.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you. Yes, this is a common sense bill that reduces medical waste and healthcare costs, and we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 87? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 87. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 87 is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1278 until Monday.
That bill has been laid over until Monday. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 56.
Senate Bill 56 by Senators Hendrickson and Will, also Representatives Snyder and Weinberg, concerning programs for off-highway vehicle users and in connection therewith, exempting commercial use on private property from snowmobile registration, creating an out-of-state snowmobile permit to drive on publicly owned lands, and adding the search and rescue fee to snowmobile and off-highway vehicle permits.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I say what an honor it is to serve with you?
You can say it. Honor to serve with you.
In honor of Ferris Bueller, Weinberg.
Weinberg. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 56.
To the bill, Representative Snyder.
So folks, this is actually a pretty much codifies a practice we've already been doing. The Department of Wildlife has been issuing permits to out-of-state residents who want to use our wonderful facilities for snowmobiling. But due to a vagary and a conflict in statute, they find that they can't actually enforce that, so it's been kind of an optional fee. And so really, we're just cleaning up this space. It will require a permit for all snowmobilers, especially for those who operate on our public lands, and that money is put into the snowmobile program, and that money is used to really help facilitate the wonderful volunteers. We have dozens of snowmobile groups in Colorado, and believe it or not, they're the ones who maintain our over 3,300 miles of trails. And these are important not just for recreational purposes, but to get to important infrastructure like cell towers. And so we think it's a really good bill to steady the funding for this and make it a level playing field so everybody has to contribute equally if you're going to be a snowmobiler in the wonderful state of Colorado.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, fellow colleagues. Again, I just wanted to come down and say thank you to my co-prime on Senate Bill 56, stalling out for me to get here. Thank you. This is a great bill. Currently, as it stands, the fee is an option, and people are either paying or not paying on the website. We're trying to codify into law at this point that if somebody comes into the state of Colorado that is going to be riding a recreational vehicle such as a snowmobile, that they will be able to come in and pay a fee, which would help the rest of the state out. So I urge an aye vote on this bill. It's good. Bill, vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 56? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 56. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 56 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senator Winter F., also Representative Marvin, concerning ensuring accurate payment of family and medical leave benefits.
Representative Marvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 24-155, and there is no committee report.
No committee report, so we'll go to the bill. Representative Marvin.
Wonderful. I'll keep this brief. I'm delighted to bring forward Senate Bill 155 today. This bill addresses crucial operational concerns regarding Colorado's paid family and medical leave program, commonly known as FAMLY. There are some operational hurdles that require some legislative intervention. So this bill is going to help with the functioning of the program. It'll allow the Department of Revenue to share data with the Family Division, and it will also allow the Family Division to obtain reimbursement from a workers' compensation insurer in the event that an employer received both family benefits and workers' compensation benefits. This will both streamline the processes, and the bill reaffirms our commitment to the well-being of Colorado's workforce and the integrity of our social safety net. So with that, I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 155? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 155. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 155 is adopted. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1005 as amended, 1151 as amended, 1244 as amended, 1254 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered and grossed and placed on the calendar for third reading final passage. Senate Bills 17, 21, 56, 71, 87 as amended, 99 as amended, and 155 passed on second reading, ordered and revised and placed on the calendar for third reading final passage. House Bill 1278 laid over until March 25th, 2024.
Representative Froelich. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote.
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representatives Representatives Bacon, Basenecker, Hernandez, Herod, Leader, please vote. Representative Herod is excused. Representative Basenecker votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 8 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Okay, members, we have a few reports to read across, and then we'll have an announcement from the Majority Leader. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1354 be amended as follows, and as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1369 be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1061 be postponed indefinitely. House Bills 1342 as amended and 1344 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1123 is amended, 1264 is amended, and 1364 is amended. Be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1298 House Bill 1298 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1338 be amended as follows, and as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bills 1352 is amended, 1367 be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports the following bills have been correctly printed. House Bill 1381.
Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed on third reading.
Message of the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment.
Message from the Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Madam Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, March 25th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members.
All right, members, it's getting a little rowdy. Madam Majority Leader.
Doesn't mean we don't have third readings. It just means the remainder of the calendar. No, I wanted to just say I appreciate, and we all appreciate, everyone, which means all 65 of us, all our hard work and efforts today, and our staff, partisan, nonpartisan staff, for everything. I know that Fridays can be difficult and challenging. So with that, I will see you on Monday, March 25th at 10 a.m.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.